Hello everyone, this is Andre with the Best Tech. In this tutorial, we'll learn how to create a full-stack job finder app. This tutorial is for both beginners to advanced developers. By the end of this tutorial, you master how to create beautiful and responsive UI using Flutter, provider state management, as well as storing data in local storage using shared preference. We'll also learn how to develop REST APIs with Nodejs and Mongodb. We're also going to go on and host our server on Railway, and we are going to implement a chat with Node socket server and Flutter client and store the data in our Mongodb. To add to that, we're going to master how to store files in Firebase storage and return the URL. Without wasting any time, let me give you a tour of our application. So this is what our homepage looks like. We don't have a bottom navigation bar, but we have a zoom drawer. So let's navigate to our device management. Let's log out of this device. So here we have our onboarding screen and we have this beautiful design. So first we are going to sign up a new user. We have the ability to show or hide our password here. So first I'm going to copy our password. After signing up, you're prompted to the login screen. In our login screen, we have to enter our email. And let's paste our password here. After signing in for the first time, we are prompted to update our data. So first, I'm going to give a location. And we will need to pick a file. And we need to update our profile. After updating our profile, we are prompted to our home screen. So this is what our home screen looks like. So up here on top, we have a zoom drawer. If we click on our zoom drawer, we have the ability to navigate through the pages. So this is what our home page looks like. Up here on top, we have our title and we have our search widget. We have our popular job section and we have our recently posted job section. So here, let's start by introducing the search widget. So if we click on our search widget, we are prompted to the next page where we can search for jobs. So here, I'm going to search for a Nodejs job. So like a job is retrieved from our database and it is rendered on our UI. So let's search for another job using location this time. Let's say Berlin. So we have a Flutter developer job. So let's go to our popular jobs. If we click on view all, we have the ability to see all the jobs in our popular section. If we click on a job here on our popular section, we're prompted to the job. So here we can either add or delete a job from our bookmarks. So this job is deleted from our bookmarks. So let's add it again. So we added the job to our bookmarks. Let's press back. Open our zoom drawer. Let's go to our bookmarks. In our bookmarks, this is the job that we just added in our bookmarks. So if we come back to our home screen and remove this job from our bookmarks and revisit our bookmarks, this job is deleted from our bookmarks, so we cannot see it in our bookmarks. We don't have any bookmarks. And if we want to apply for a job, we can click on the job and click on the apply now. So apply now will prompt us to a chat page. Since our chart is going to be real time, we need two simulators. We have the person who's interested in the job. So this is how our chat works, is the communication between the applicant and the agent or the administrator who uploaded the job. So now let's go to check our profile. This is what our profile looks like. We've uploaded an image, written a name, location, the phone numbers, and our skills. So we are going to come up here and try to edit the profile again. So first, let's pick an image. So after updating, we'll get a snack bar. So let's see. So our profile has updated successfully and our image has been sent to our Firebase storage. And here we are displaying that image. And these are the changes that we made. So before we proceed, we want to update some of the code that we wrote in our last session. So first, we need to visit our models folder. In our models folder, let's open our bookmarks. So we want to update this code. First, we need to remove some of the parameters that we have down here. The title, image URL, company, and location. We need to get rid of them. After getting rid of them, we need to come to this job here. We need to change the type to an object ID. So here we're going to have a schema, and the type is going to be object ID. And we need to remove this required field. The next thing that we need to do, we need to provide a reference. So our reference is going to be our job. So these are the changes that we need to make in our job model. So let's proceed to our controllers. In our controllers, we need to visit bookmark controller. So we need to change the way that we create a bookmark. So here, I'm going to get rid of this code here. So I'm going to require a job ID from our front end. Okay, let's give it a capital letter D here. So it's going to come from our request body.job. So we are going to have a field with the name job. After that, we need to get into our try-catch block. So we need to find the job first. So here, we need to first create an instance where we store the job. And next, we need to find the job. So here, we require a job model. So we need to import it. After importing the job model, we need to find by ID. So our ID is going to be this ID that we've written on top. So let's copy it and let's paste it in here. After that, we need to check if the job has been found or not. So if not job, we need to return an error. So first we need a status, and our status is going to be 404, and we need to pass a message to the front end. Let's give it a name. Okay, here it can be a lowercase. So we are done with that part. So now we want to create our bookmark. So first we're going to have a new bookmark, and the fields that we need to create this bookmark. So the first one is the job, and this job is going to be the data that we get from this job when we find it from our database. So let me just write it here. It's going to be job, and we need a user ID. So our user ID is going to come from our middleware. Okay, so let's try to import our bookmark model here. Okay. So next we need to save that we've taken care of it already. So this part remains the same, and this part here also remains the same, and the last part remains the same. So we are done with the changes. So next we are going to work on the other models that we didn't create the last time, the messages model and the chat model. So we need to go to our router and make some few changes. So let's visit routers and open bookmarks. In our bookmarks here, since we require the request user.id, we require an ID to make a post. We need to call our middleware here each and every time this endpoint is called. So here we are going to use this middleware. So let's paste it here. So each and every time that we make a request, we get the user ID from our middleware, and then in our controller, it is the one that we are going to set as our user ID here. So that's all for the bookmarks. Now let's go ahead and create our two remaining models. So first we're going to create our chat model. So this is what we have in our chat model right now. So we need to change the name here to chat schema. So let's just export it first. So here is going to have a name chart, and we are going to export the chat schema. So let's work on our fields. So the first field that we need a chat name, and it's going to be of type string, and we need to use the trim property in here, and we have to set it to true. Our next property is going to be isGroup. We're not going to use this property as much, but we might need it if you want to expand our chat to a group. So it's going to be of type boolean, and we have to set a default value like each and every time that a chat is created. So by default, it's going to be a 1-by-1 chat. So here it has to be false. For each and every chart, we need users, the users who are going to be in that chart. So it has to be a list of users, at least 2 users if it is one-on-one. So here we are going to require a Mongo schema. It's going to be of type Mongo schema. So we require IDs from our user model. So here we require an object ID, our reference. Okay, let's finish and then we get rid of the error. Our reference is going to be users. So in here, let's just cut it, and we're supposed to put it in here. Let's format our code. So that's all for our users. So after our users, we need a latest message. We need to display a latest message in our front end. So we need a latest message. Our latest message is going to be an object ID, and our reference is going to be the messages. Okay, let's just write it here. So we haven't created the messages, but we'll create that next. After our messages, just in case, okay, it's a group, we need a group administrator. Let's just put the fields here. Group admin. It's also going to be an object. We need an object ID. Our reference is going to be users. Okay, let's format our code here. Let's get rid of the extra space that we have down here. So this is it for our chat model. So we need to start integrating our REST API to our Flutter application. The first thing that we need to do, we need to retrieve the URL to our backend. So we need to visit Railway. So when we are on Railway website, we need to go to our dashboard, and we need to find the project that we deployed. So this is our project. We open our project, and we go to settings. In settings, we have our URL here. So we need to copy the URL, and we need to go back to VS Code. So in VS Code, you should go to lib folder, then services folder, then you open the config file. In the config file, you paste the URL here. AP URL is equals to the URL that we copied from Railway. So the next thing that we're going to do, we're going to start working on our auth. So in the service folder, we go to helpers, and then we open auth helper. So in our auth helper, we've imported the HTTP package as HTTPS, and we have our auth helper, and we've created an instance of our client here. So the next thing that we need to do is to start working on our auth. So here we're going to have a static future boolean. So we're going to start by working on our login. So here we need a map string. to have our headers. So in our headers, we're going to require content type, capital T here. And our content type is going to be application JSON. So this is it for our headers. Next, we need our URL. So let's import the config file. So here we need our base URL. And the next thing that we need our endpoint. So our endpoint is coming from config also. So our login URL is here. So that's it for our URL. Next, we need to create an instance for our response. So this function has to be asynchronous. Async. So here we put async so that the error can disappear from here. So this is a post request, and we need our URL here. The next thing that we need to include our headers and our model. Okay. Let's have model here first. We need our body. So we are going to pass our body as a model. So we need to include it here. It's supposed to be login model with the name model, and we need headers. So let's have headers before the body. So these are our headers. We need to paste them here. So let's try to import our model. So let's visit our login model. So our login model, we've already created it. But if you want to create from scratch, let's visit our browser and do it together. So here we need to go to the website, quick type. Once our Postman is open, we can go to users, log in, and then we need to copy this JSON. After copying the JSON, we need to go back to our browser, open QuickType. So in QuickType, we just need to paste the JSON that we copy, and we need to give it a name. So here it's going to be login model. So this is going to be our model. So we just copy from here and we go back to VS Code. So it's literally the same. So I'm not going to paste it again, but that's how we create models. Helper, auth helper here. Now we have our URL, we have our headers, and we have our model. Let's close it here. The next thing that we need to do, we need to have our response. So we need to check the status code first before we process the data. Here it's supposed to be status code. So if our status code is 200, then we should do something with the data, and then afterwards we return true. Since our return type here is a boolean, else we are going to return false. So to deal with the data, we need to also have models. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to have a login response model. So in our Postman, if we log in, this is the kind of data that we receive from our backend. We need to copy this. Go back to QuickType. We need to paste it here. So this one is going to be login response. So this one is going to be our login response model. So in our login response model, we're only going to require an ID, the profile, and the token. ID, profile, and the token. So we need to copy this from here. And let's go back to our VS Code. In our VS Code, we go back to our lib folder. In our lib folder, we go to models, and then we go to response auth. Then we have login response. So in our login response, we can just replace everything with what we've just created now, and we save. Let's go to our auth helper. So in our auth helper, the first thing that we need to do, we need to create a final instance of our shared preference. So we need to get instance. Okay, so we need to have our token. So here we're calling the method login response model from JSON, and here we need to pass the response body. So that's for our token. The other thing that we need our user ID. We need to store them in our shared preference. That's going to be ID. And we also need our profile. So here, if a user is logged in, like successfully, we need to have a boolean in our shared preference that indicates that a user has been successfully logged in. So we are going to await. First, let's set these strings in our shared preference, and then we proceed to go and set the boolean. Set string. So the first one is going to be a token, and our token is going to be token. The next one is going to be user ID. So we can just copy. We can just copy from here. We paste it here. Paste it here. The next one is going to be profile. After our profile, we need to create another. Here we're going to set boolean, and the boolean is going to have the name logged in, and the value here is going to be true. Initially is going to be false. So this is it for login auth. The next thing, we're going to try it, and then we come back and we create our registration auth, then update profile, then we go on to retrieve all the data. Before we proceed, we need to clarify on few things. So the first thing is the profile picture. Why are we getting our profile picture here? Because we need to display the first time a user logs in. And the other thing, we have this boolean logged in. We're going to use it in our main screen so that we can redirect the user to the right page. For example, let's say we close this application here. When we open the application again, the user shouldn't be redirected to the onboarding screen. They should be redirected to the main screen since they are logged in already. So this state that we have in our shared preference will help us. So let's open the application again. So when we open the application, we are redirected straight to the main screen. So now let's go to our main screen. We want to set how to redirect. So here we are going to create a widget on top of the main. on top of the main function. So here we are going to have a widget, and it's going to have a name default home screen. So our default home screen is going to be our onboarding screen. So in our main here, after widget Flutter binding, we need to call our shared preference. We need to get instance. We need to get some. Okay, here it has to be await. We need to get some values from our shared preference. So the first one that we're going to get is the entry point. So we set this value before when we were working on page 3. So now we need to get it. And if it is not found, this is also going to be, we are going to assign it to false. And we need to get our final logged in. So this is the one that we set in our auth helper here. It's going to be cap. So here, this entry point, we're going to find it in our onboarding screen. Let's go to our UI. Onboarding, we need to go to widgets. In widgets, we go to page 3. So here, in this custom outline button, we've set this boolean before. We've set the boolean to true. So when you click, it is set to true. So we need to get that value the first time that we log in. But if this value doesn't exist, then the key will be set to false. So now that we get our values, our two values, the next thing that we are going to do, we are going to use an if statement. If entry point is not logged in, then our default home screen here is going to be the login page. We need to have else if they are both true, then we need to redirect the user to the main screen. Okay, let's add cons here. Our lint is complaining. So we need to come down here to our home. This was our entry point to our application, but now we need to set it to default home to this widget that we created on top. So we need to get rid of this onboarding screen, and we put default home. So this is it for this part. In the next part, we are going to look into our auth controllers and see how we can log into our account. Let's run our application and see which entry point we are given. So here we have set different endpoints for a logged in user and for a user who is not logged in. So in this instance, we are not logged in. So most probably we are going to be redirected to the login page. Okay, so we are redirected to the login page. In our login page, we have a back button here. We need to change that since it's our entry point. In our entry point, we don't need a back button because we don't have anywhere to go to. So let's go to our login page. So our login page is in our UI auth login page, and it's wrapped around a consumer widget. So we need to go to this provider here. So in this provider, we need to create two Boolean values. So let's copy the Boolean that we have here. So the first one is for the entry point and the next one is for logged in. So let's create for the entry point. So it's going to be of type now. So here we need to pass a default value. So we are done creating our entry point. The next one is logged in. It's also going to be now. So let's just copy from here, paste it down here, and paste it down here. Here we need to also provide a default value. So we are done creating these two values. Let's close them here so that we can have a little bit of space. So right on top, we need to have our shared preference because we need to retrieve values from our shared preference. A note on top, let's create a getPrefs method here. In our getPrefs method, we're going to require shared preference. So we need to get instance. Let's close this. Let's make it asynchronous here. And let's have a wait. So our error is gone. The next thing that we need to do now, we need to set entry point. Here we are going to need to access our prefs and we want to get a boolean. And the boolean that we are getting is entry point. And here we need to also give a default value if it is not found. And the next, we are going to create this logged in. We're going to get the logged in. So we are done. So we are going to use this getPrefs. We're going to call it in our login page, and then we can make some changes so that this button can disappear if this page is being used as our entry point. So we go back to our login page. In our login page, right here on top, after our builder, we need to get prefs. After getting prefs, let's just print something here. Let's print entry point. Let's open our terminal, debug console. So here it's true. And if we change this to logged in, and we refresh, our logged in is false. So let's get rid of it. Let's save again. Let's close the terminal. So we need to come to this gesture detector. We need to use our login notifier. Here it's supposed to be login notifier. So here it's supposed to be false. So it's not logged in. We are going to show this. Else we are going to display sizebox dot shrink. It's the other way around. It's the other way around. So, okay. So let's put it this way. So if these values are true, then we display. If they are false, if one of the two values is false, then we are going to display this widget down here. So let's add consts. So we are done with that part. The next part, we are going to work on trying to log in our user. The first time a user is signing in, we need to prompt them to update their profile so that we can have updated information of that user in our application. So we need to have another Boolean value that we can use to trigger the UI, whether to be prompted to the home screen or to be prompted to the update screen. So here we have we have to create another Boolean value in here, and we are going to call it first time. So let's just paste it here. We call it first time. So we're going to use this Boolean in our sign up page, because that's when we have to know, okay, this user is signing up for the first time. So them, after signing up, they're going to log in for the first time. So we need to go to our UI. So we visit lib views UI, then we go to sign up. We need to go to our button, this button here. So when a user clicks this button to sign up, then we are going to set this Boolean value that we created in our login provider to true. But first we need to have an instance of our provider. So here, let's create this login notifier. We need to close it here. So we are going to use it down here in our button. So in here, first time is equals to not first time. So that's how we are going to know. So in our login, let's proceed. So we need to have an if here. If response is true and first time is true, then we are going to prompt them to a screen where they are supposed to enter their details. So we are going to use get off. So we have a personal details page. We haven't worked on it, but we're going to work on it later. This is the page that a user is supposed to be redirected to so that they can fill their personal details. So let's have an else if. In our else if, let's take these two, let's paste them down here. So here, if it is not first time, so if a user is just logging in after logging out, so we need to redirect them to the main screen. And we need to have an option. If logging in wasn't successful, we need to show the user something that, okay, you failed to log in, and we need to give them a reason why. Oh, here, let's just have else. Okay, let's say else if we're going to require response. So if not response, that means our login has returned false. We're going to show them a snack bar. So we're going to use get snack bar. So our snack bar requires a title in the message. So our title, we are just going to say sign in failed. It's going to be a string. Check your credentials. Okay, let's close this, and we need to add some style to it. Let's close the bar first. So down here, we need to have color text. It's going to be white. So let's just say color. Let's give it a K-light value here. Let's have our background color. So our background color for an error message is going to be red. Let's have an icon. So this is it for our login. So we need to call this function in our login page. So we go back to our login page. Here we need to get rid of this route that we've ended before. Provider. So if you're not in our login provider, you go to libfolder controllers, login provider. We need to create a logout function. So here we're just going to call it logout. So our logout function is going to require shared preference, because when we are logging out, we need to remove our token from our shared preference. So here it has to be asynchronous, and we need to set the first time to false. So here we are going to await prefs remove. And here we are going to remove a key, and our key name is token. And we need to set this first time to false. So that's it for our logout. Next, we are going to implement our login, our user login in our login page. And then we'll see how it works, whether we're going to be prompted to our update screen or not. Logout function, we need to set the login boolean to false. So as we log out, we need to set the boolean to false. So here we need to add this line of code. We need to await prefs and set bool, and our key is going to be logged in, and we're going to set it to false. So next, let's try to work on our login. So in our login page here, we need to work on our button. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to have an if statement. We need to check whether the form is valid or not. So here we got login notifier. So we have valid and save. If valid and save, then we need to proceed. So the first thing, we need a model. So our model is going to be a login model with the name model. And here is going to take login model. So let's assign the value of these. So we have an email and a password. So our email is coming from email.text, and our password is coming from password.text. We need to close this one here, and here we need to put an equal sign. So let's go on top. I think the last time that we worked on it, on our password here on our input type, it was email. We need to change it to text. For the email, it will remain as an email address. So let's proceed. Let's close the bar first. So after creating our model here, we need to access our login notifier and get this user login function. It requires the model, and we already have our model here. We've already dealt with our response in this function here. So we just need an else statement here. So if the form is not valid, we need to just send a user a snack bar. So let's go to our providers. I'm going to copy this snack bar from here, because the user has to check their credentials, whether they're correct or not, and we need to paste it here. Let's format our code. So that's it. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to just try to log in and see what we can get. Let's try to run our app. So our app is running. We're just going to put something random so that we can have a response. So with this, we are going to get this response. So this is the response that we get, like, okay, our form is not valid, so we need to check our credentials. So let's try to log in with an account that's actually functional. Let's see. We're still getting the same error. Okay, I've made a mistake on the password. So let's try. So now we can log in successfully, and we are being prompted to our update profile page. So like, we go to main, we need to just make a few changes. In our main, we want to call it here as our home page so that we can work on it without being redirected to other pages. So we just need to change here. So let's go ahead and check for the name of the page. We go to lib folder, views UI. In our UI, let's go to auth, and we need to update user. What's the name of the page? Personal details. So we need to copy the name, go back to our main. So let's paste it here, and let's import it. So this is what our page looks like now. So we need to make some changes so that it can be appealing and we can use it to update a user. So we already have like our text controllers, and we've already disposed them. So we need to work on our body and our A bar. So here we don't require an A bar. So we need to get rid of this A bar here. And our body, the first thing that we need to wrap it around a consumer widget. So we're going to consume login notifier. Let's import provider. And let's give it a name here, login notifier. Oh, here it has to be a lowercase. And we need to return a scaffold. We're in a scaffold already, so we need to return a list view. So our list view has a padding property. So we want to utilize that. So we're going to use agencies.symmetric. And we want to manipulate both the horizontal and the vertical. Let's close the bar here. Horizontal, we're going to give it a padding of 20. So let's utilize our screen utils. The vertical, we're going to have a vertical padding of 60. So our list view comes with a children property. In our children, the first thing that we need a row. And our row, we need children. And in our row, we need to utilize main axis alignment. So our main axis alignment is going to be space between. So the first widget of our row is going to be a reusable text widget. So our text is going to be personal details. And we need to give it a style. For our style, we are going to utilize our app style. And we need to give it a size of 35. And we're going to go with the dark color. For font weight, we're going to make it bold. So we require another widget down here. So our widget is going to be circular avatar. In our circular avatar, we're going to require a background color and background image. So our background color is going to be Kali blue, and our background image here, we are going to make a provider for the images so that we can be able to upload images, crop them. Let's not have an image. We'll work on our provider first, and then we can set the image. So let's have a child. Our child is going to be a center. In our center, we require an icon. So here an icon is going to be in child. So here we're going to have a photo filter. Let's add const. For now, that's it. We're going to go ahead and create our image provider. But before that, we need a gesture detector, and we need to have an onTap function in here. And in our onTap function, let's give it a null for now. Let's create everything else, then we work on our provider. After the row, we need a height spacer. We're going to have a size of 20. After our height spacer, we need a form. So our form takes a child and a key. A key, we are going to deal with it a little bit later. But for now, let's have our child, and our child is going to be a column. A column takes children. In our children, we are going to have our fields. We are going to use our custom text field. So our keyboard type here is going to be text input.text. And our first controller is going to be location. So we need a hint text. Our hint text is going to be location. So that's our first field. Our first field is showing up. So we need to go ahead and have a validator. So let's just have a validator, and then we can just copy paste for other fields. And here we are going to give it a name. Let's just call it location, since we are going to deal with location. And in our validator, we need to have an if statement. So if location is not empty, it's empty. It's empty. We need to send a message to the user. Please enter your location, something like that. And let's close it here. Else we're just going to return now here. So that's it for our first field. Our next field is going to be similar, but first, before we proceed to our next field, we need a height spacer, and we need to give it a size of 10. So here, let's change 20 to 10. And let's copy this custom text field that we've created on top, and let's paste it down here. Let's format our code. So the next one is going to be a phone number. So here we need to change the controller to phone. Our input here is going to be text. So here, let's just change the name to phone. And we need to use the same number here. Phone. So here, for type, let's just make it a phone. So that's it for this controller, and it's already showing on our screen. So let's have a section for our skills. So we need to have a height spacer first, and then we can have a heading. So after our height spacer, we're going to need a reusable text widget. And we need text. Our text is going to be skills or professional skills here. So we need style. So our style, we're going to utilize our app style. We need to give it a size of 35. And the color that we're going to go with is a dark color. So let's give it a color here, K dark. And let's have our font weight. It's going to be bold. So let's save and see our professional skills are showing up. So let's just reduce the size to 30 because, okay. So this column, in this column, we need a cross-axis alignment. So it's going to be start so that everything can start from the left to the right. So we need to continue with our text fields. So after this, we need the text fields for the skills. We're going to have at least 5 skills. A user has to input 5 skills. So the first one is going to be skill 0, and the input type has to be text. So that's it for our first skill. So we just need to duplicate this 4 times, and then we are done, and we can proceed to work on how we can upload our image, crop our image, and save our image to Firebase before we upload it to our backend. So if that's skill 0, this one is going to be skill 1, and we need to change skill 1, change it to skill 1 here, and we need skill 2. Let's go ahead and have our third skill. So our controller is going to be skill 3. Let's see, that's 0, that's 1, 2, that's 3. Okay, and we need to have a fourth one. So we have our 5 skills. So after our skills, we need to have another height space, and we need to give it a size of 20. And then we can have our button to update our profile. So let's give it a size of 20. So we're going to use our custom, is it custom outline button or custom button? Let's go ahead and visit our views common. So here we have a custom button. That's the one that we are going to use. So let's bring it in here. So our custom button comes with the text field. So for our text, we're going to say update profile. And we're also going to have on tab, but for now, let's just call it as an empty function. Let's add const everywhere in our files. So this is the design of our profile page. So next we're going to work on how we can upload images and then send them to Firebase and then get the URL. So we need to upload an image. When we're uploading an image, we need to send it to Firebase storage first, get the URL, and then we send the URL to our backend because we don't want to store files in our server. So we need to initialize Firebase in our application. So to do that, we're going to use Firebase CLI. Let me close these terminals, open a new terminal. So I'm going to run Flutterfire config. Let's configure. So I'm going to choose a project which I'm going to use for this application. Okay, so I'm going to use this one with the name Wheelings Hub, and I'm going to choose for Android and iOS. So we are done hooking up our application to Firebase. So here we have our Firebase options. We need to have Firebase core. So we need to add Firebase core to our application. After adding Firebase core, what we need to do, we need to go to our main.dart. Main.dart. We need to initialize our Firebase. So here we've already have like widgets flutter binding dot initialize. So what we need to await Firebase initialize. That's Firebase with a small letter B. Initialize app. So in here we need options. So in our options, we're going to take default Firebase options. And here we need current platform. So that's it for Firebase. We've hooked our application to Firebase. So next we're going to set up image cropper and image picker in our application, and then we can go on to create the providers, the image provider, so that we can have a smooth image functionality. So to install image picker, you go to pubspec.yaml. We've already installed image picker, but let me just run you through the process. So you need to go to your browser, pubdev, and you need to look for the for image picker. Once you're in image picker, you can come to install, and then you can choose which way you want to install with. So let's go to readme. We need to set up our image picker, like the permissions on our iOS device. For Android, everything is okay. We don't need to set anything. But for iOS, we need to set permissions. So what we need to do here, we need to go back to our VS Code. In our VS Code, let's go to our iOS folder. In our iOS folder, we have to open runner folder. And in our runner folder, we have to open info.plist file. So in the info.plist file, we need to set some permissions. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to have some space here on top. And I'm going to copy this first, the key and the string. I need the key and the string. And go on top, and I'm going to paste it there. So we need to go back to our pubdev. You know, pubdev, our first permission is NS photo library usage description. We need to copy, and we need to go back to VS Code, and we need to replace here, and we need to give a string. So I'm going to say this app require permissions to your photo library. It's supposed to be usage. So that's the first. So we need to add 2 more permissions. So let's just copy, and we come down here, we paste another one. So let's go back to our pubdev. You know, pubdev, let's see what's our next permission. That's camera usage. We are not going to use a camera, but we just need to add the permissions. So we pasted our camera. So here we just say access to camera, and let's copy it and paste it again so that we can have our third permission. So our third permission is going to be microphone usage description. We go back to VS Code, we paste it here. Let's just say for microphone. So that's it for our image picker. We are done. So in the next one, we are going to see how we can work with image cropper for both iOS and Android. So next we need to install image cropper. So for us to use image cropper on iOS, we don't need to add any configurations, but for Android, we have extra configurations. So let's visit our pubspec YAML. In our pubspec YAML, we've already installed image cropper here, but we still need to revisit the website. We need to still revisit pub.dev. So let's go to our pub.dev. In our pub.dev, we need to look for image cropper. So it's the first one here. This is the image cropper. So for Android, we need to add some settings in our Android manifest.xml. So we need to copy this one from here. And let's go back to our application. So in our application, we need to go to our Android folder. In our Android folder, we visit the app folder, and we open source, then we open main. This is our Android manifest.xml. We need to open it. In our XML, after activity, we need to paste the code that we just copied from pub.dev here. So this is our code for image cropper. So we need to save and we need to close it. So that's all for image cropper. If you're using it on Android, on iOS, everything is set up, so we don't need to do anything. So next we're going to work on our providers and set, like, how are we going to get images? How are we going to crop them and sending them to our Firebase, getting the URL. Now let's work on our image provider. So let's go to our lib folder. In our lib folder, we go to controllers. So in our controllers, we're going to open image provider. So the first thing that we need to do in here, we need to create an instance of our image picker. So we're going to find our image picker. And we need to give it a name. I'm going to call it picker here. So here it's going to be image picker. And we need to create a string for our image URL. And we need another string for image path, a lowercase, image path. And we need a list string for our image file. And we have to initialize it as an empty list. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to create a function to get the images. So we're going to have void pick image, and it has to be asynchronous. So in here, we need an X file. Okay, for us to use X file, okay, before that, let's complete writing the code and we go through it together. So here we need picker. And we need to pick image. So we're going to pick a single image, not multiple images. So our source is going to be image gallery. So here it has to be gallery. We're getting the file from our gallery, not our camera. So we need to check. Oh, the next thing, after getting this image here, we need to crop it, but we haven't set anything for cropper, but we'll get to that. Let's just write the code. So we need to pass the image to the cropper. It gets cropped first, and it's set in our image file here. So we'll create our image cropper function a little bit later. Let's finish with this. If it is not equal to now, we need to add it to the list that we've created on top. We need to add it to this list. Okay, let's remove one E here so that we can have a little bit of difference. So in here, we are adding image file.path, or here it's supposed to be path, not page. Image path. So after that, image path is equals to this image path. So we need to upload. When we're uploading, we'll call the function in here. So we'll create the function later and we put it in there. If this condition is not satisfied, we just need to return. So we need an else statement down here. We just need to return. So let's go ahead and create our image cropper. So this is the name that we're going to use, and it's going to be a future, and we put the name here. So in here we require an X file, and it has to be asynchronous. It's supposed to be cropped file. Let's just give it the same name, but with a lowercase c. So we need platform. Then dot crop image. So here we have several parameters that we need to take care of. The first one is the path. So our path is going to be image file dot path. And we need to set the size. So we are going to have max width and max length. The max height and max width. So our height is going to be 800. You can change the height if you want. We have max width. I'm going to put it to 600. And we have compression quality. We need to compress the image. I'm going to set it to 70. We also have crop style. So our crop style is going to be rectangle. So here we're going to have crop style dot rectangle. We also need aspect ratio. So for our aspect ratio, it takes a list. We're just going to provide an aspect ratio, and the aspect ratio is going to be 5:4. Oh, not this one. It's aspect ratio prefix. Takes a list. And in here is going to be crop ratio, and we are going to take 5:4. And we need UI setting. So for our UI, we need to set for Android, and we also need to set for iOS. So let's set for Android first. Here it takes a list. And let's close this first. In our list, we're going to have Android UI settings. So we need a toolbar title, and our title is going to be Job Hub Cropper. We need toolbar color. We're just going to give it a color, a light blue color. So here we need K light blue. Let's see where's the error coming from. We need to add a comma here. After that, we are going to require a toolbar widget color, and our color is going to be white. So we can just copy this color from here, and we can just change the value to K light, and we need initial aspect ratio. So our initial aspect ratio is going to be the same as our crop ratio, and we need to log the aspect ratio. We don't need the user to change any aspect ratio. So we need to set it to true. So that's it for Android. For now, we are going to set for iOS. So iOS is pretty simple. We just need to provide the title. And let's just give it the same name as we gave our other device. So down here we need to set a condition. So we have our crop file is not equal to now. We need to do something in here. We need to have a notify listener, and then we return. We're going to return an X file. And in our X file, we're going to return the cropped file path, else we're just going to return null. So that's it for our image cropper. And let's see what's the error here. To X file, we need to add a null checker. So that's it for that part. So next, we're just going to implement it before we upload our image to our Firebase storage. If it's working, then we can proceed to upload our file to Firebase storage. Try out how to use our So now we need to try out our image pick and our image cropper. So to do that, we need to come to our UI. In our UI, we need to open update user. So we need to use this provider that we were working on this widget here. So I'm going to cut the widget from here and I'm going to wrap it around a consumer widget. So our consumer, we are going to consume an object of image uploader. That's the name of our provider. Okay, let's paste the code here first and let's go and cross-check the name. Oh, it's supposed to be uploader, but either way, it's okay. Let's just copy the name as it is and we paste it here. So we need to give it a name. Let's just say uploader. So we need to use our image uploader in our gesture detector here. So here we need to pick a file. So pick image, and that's all. So let's try to see whether it's working or not. Yes, our permissions are working. So allow to all photos. Then we select a photo. We are redirected to our cropper, and then we can crop our image. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to show the image when we crop it. We need to show the image here. So we need to access the path. So here, we need to set a condition. We need to access this image uploader. Let's put it here. So if it is empty, we are going to show this widget. If our list is empty, we are going to show this widget. Otherwise, we are going to show another widget. So let's copy and paste it down here. In our next widget, we need to have an image file. So instead of having this icon here, instead of having the icon, we are going to get rid of it. Let's get rid of the icon. The icon in the center. Let's see. Okay. We need to remove from here. And we need a background image. And this background image is going to be a file image. And our file is coming from our instance here. So it's in this list image file and index 0. Let's cut this. It has to be of type file. And we paste the path in here. Okay, so our image is showing here, but we are still in a gesture detector. So here we need to clear the image the next time that we click. If we want to pick a different image, so it has to be now. That image has to be now. So we need to call our list and we need to clear our list. So if we click, let's see. Oh, and then we're supposed to set state here. Okay, so it's gone. We can pick an image again, crop it. If we click, now it's gone. So that's how we can upload images, crop them, and then show them. So what we need to do next, we need to upload that image to Firebase storage, and then we can get the URL. Image to Firebase storage, we need to create a function for that. So let's go back to our image provider. So in our controllers, image provider, we need to create a function right at the bottom. So it's going to be a future string. So let's give this function a name. We're going to call it image plotter. And here it has to be asynchronous. In here, it takes in an X file. So we are taking the file that we cropped and we are going to upload it. Let's just give the file a name, upload. So to use Firebase, what we are going to do, we need Firebase storage. So let's go to our pubspec YAML. In our pubspec YAML, we've already installed Firebase storage, pubdev, and you look for Firebase storage, and then you can just copy and then go back to VS Code. In VS Code, you just need to go to your terminal and you need to run the command. So here I've already installed, it's already in my pubspec YAML. So let's go ahead and finish creating this function. So here we need a file because Firebase storage, it takes to upload, we need a file. We don't need X file. So we need, let's just give it a name, image here. So we need to extract the path from this image that we are going to use. And to use file, we need to upload .io. So take note, we need .io in here. So here we need Firebase storage. So we need to have a path. So I'm just going to call it job hub. And we also need to give a name to our file. So to give a name to our file, we are going to use UUID. But before that, let's have a child here. So our UUID comes in play here. So we need to go to pubdev again, and we need to look for UUID. We need to go to our terminal, and we need to paste the code here. And we just need to press enter. So I've already installed. That's why I have this message here. So once you're done installing, we need to create an instance of UUID. So let's go to the top. Okay, let's just put it on top of everything. So we're going to have, it's supposed to be UUID is equals to UUID. And we need to import it here. So now we can use it in our application. So down here, we need to use v1. So in our child, we need to provide a title. So here we need $, we need braces, uuid.v1. It's supposed to be a small letter. And we need to provide an extension to our image. We're going to make it a JPEG. So this extension has to be outside of our braces here. And we need to close it. So after we are done having our path, we need to await and we need to put the file. So here we need to have our ref.put. We're going to put file. So our file name is this file we have here, image. So we need to paste it in here. And we need to get back an image URL. So we are going to say image URL here is equals to await ref.get download URL. So we are setting our URL that we get from a Firebase storage to this variable here. So just to be sure, we are not yet uploading to our backend. We need to print our URL here. So here is going to be image URL, and down here we're going to return image URL, and that's it. So we need to call this here. In here, after we add, we need to call it. So we require a file, and the file that we want to upload is this file. So that's it. We are done with our image. So next we're just going to run a test and see whether we can if our image is successfully uploaded to the backend, we are going to have a URL in our console here. So I'm just going to make it a little bit bigger. Let's try to restart our application. So let's go ahead and run the tests. But before that, you need to stop the application and run it again. You don't need to like reset or hot restart. You need to stop it and start it again so that it can install the pods from scratch. And now let's try to clear this up. After clearing, let's try to upload an image again. So let's just upload that image. So here we should have a new URL, which is different from this one. So we have to wait a little bit. There you go. We have our URL here. So now we can upload images to Firebase storage. What's left is for us to upload that URL along with the information that we fill in our personal details screen to the backend. So now we need to deal with the form. So before a user uploads their profile, we need to validate the form. So we need to do what we did with the login screen. So first we need to wrap this list view in a form. So here we wrap it in a widget and we give it a form. A form requires a key. So our key is going to come from our login notifier. So here we've created a global key with the form state. Let's create another one for profile. Let's just call it profile here. And we need to create another validation. So we can copy the validation that we created. We can paste it down here. We can change the name. We can just call it profile validation. Let's give it a capital letter V, and we can have profile before that. So we are good to go. Here we need to change this from profile to login. We need to change from login to profile. So we are good to go. Let's go back to our user. update user page. So we need to pass the key here. So we need to use the key, and our key is coming from our login notifier. So we need login notifier here, and we need a profile. So that's it for that part. And now that like everything is done, we need to deal with this button here, and we need to work on our URL, like how we are going to upload the information. We need our helper file. Work on our helper function. So we need to go to our lib folder. In our lib folder, we need to go to our services folder. In our service folder, let's go to helpers. In our helpers, we need to go to auth helper. So in our auth helper, we've created this function before. So what we are going to do, we are just going to copy this function, make some few changes, and then we'll be good for our update profile. So we are going to need to change the name here. Here is supposed to be update profile. And we're going to take in a different model here. So in our models folder, in our requests, we have auth, we have this profile update. It's already provided for you, so you just need to call it out. So here's the name, profile update request. So I'm just going to copy the name and I'm going to paste it in here. So that's going to be our model, but our headers are going to be a little bit different this time because we require a token to make a request, because this is a logged in user. Up on top, we are going to need two things. We're going to need the model, and we are going to need a user ID, because if we are updating a user, we need to update using a user ID. So here we are going to have user ID. It's supposed to be ID, and we need to go to get an instance from our pref. We need to get a string from our pref, our token string. So we're going to have a final shared prefs and name prefs here. We want to get instance, and let's close it here. So here it has to be await. So let's close this down here. So in our prefs, we need to get a string, and the key of our string that we want to get is the token. And we need to assign it to a string with the name token here. So let's modify our headers. So first, in our headers, we need content type. And the next thing that we're going to need, we need a token. And our token is going to be a bearer. Then we put a space, we're going to put a $, and we're going to put the token here. Oh, don't forget. So we need to put a comma here. So it's supposed to be like this, token bearer, then we put our token here. So that's it for the profile. And the other thing that we need to change our URL here. So we're going to call for our profile, and we also need to pass the user ID. So we are going to concatenate this. You put it in braces. Let's add a $sign over here. And here we need a slash, and we need to pass our user ID. So the post method remains the same. This remains the same. Our headers remain the same. And here we're passing a model, so it remains the same. And coming down to our status, we need to remove this. We don't need to return anything. Like we don't need any kind of data when a user updates a profile. We just need to return true or false. So this is our update profile. So it takes in the model, profile update request model, and the string user ID. So when we are calling this, we need to provide these two, the model and the user ID. Most probably we need to work on it and see like what can we do different to fix the problem. It's the ID. So let's go back to our auth here. So here we need to get this user ID. Let's go back to our login provider. User ID. Here we are getting ID instead of user ID. So let's paste user ID here. And let's try to reset our application. So to update our profile, we need to make a few changes in our backend. So first, we're going to make a change in our routes. So we come to our routes. Let's close these ones first. So we come to our routes. What we are going to do, we want to open the user. So in our user, we need to get rid of this ID since we are getting the ID from our token already. So we don't need it here. Same as for our delete, we're going to do the same. And for our get, we're going to do the same. So for these ones, we don't need IDs. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to go to our controllers. In our controllers, we visit user controller. So this is the first one is update user. So in our update user, we need to change these params to user ID so that we can get the ID from our token. So that's the change that we need to make here. And when we are deleting, we also need to have a user ID here. And to get the user, we need user ID. So it just cuts down the work of trying to get the ID into our constants and then try to use it again. So we should just use it direct from the backend. However, we are going to need our user ID in our front end for the chatting section. So we're not going to make some changes over there. So these are the changes that we need. So you just need to commit the changes once you are done. And when you commit your railway, like we'll get a notification of that you've committed something and it will update automatically. You don't need to do anything. So let me just go up here, or let me check whether we need to do something else first. Let's see. So everything is fine here. So we just need to commit the changes. So I'm going to add them all. So I'm just going to say remove ID. So I'm going to push. Let's visit our railway and see if they're going to pull the changes or not. So we just need a little bit of clarification before we continue, because we need to understand the technologies that we are working with. So this is our railway. This is the last commit that we made, like remove params. So the application has been rebuilt and redeployed. So if we come up here, we can check whether it's running or not. So this is our application is running fine. So we need to go back to our front end and make a few changes. So in our Flutter, we need to revisit our auth helper. In our auth helper, there are some few changes that we need to make so that we can make an update. So first we need to get rid of the string that we've written on top here to get the user ID. We need to get rid of it. And the next thing, we need to come to this URL and we need to add a slash right in front of this, like users slash. We just need to add a slash, and that's it for the config. And the other thing, let's go to our controllers. In our controllers, we want to go to login provider. So in our login provider, update profile, we are going to get rid of all the code that's related to the ID, because we don't require an ID to update. Nothing else will change. We just need to get rid of the code that's related to the ID. So after that, let's go back to our UI. So views, UI, auth, update user. So in our update user here, everything remains the same. And then we are able to update. So I'm going to provide an email. So we are prompted to our update. So in our update, we need to upload an image first. We need to crop it second. And let's open our terminal here. We need our debug console. So we have our URL here, our image URL. So let's just put something random. Let's try to update. Our status is successfully updated. Then we're redirected to our main screen. So that's it when it comes to updating profile. Next, we're going to work on our registration. That we're able to update our profile, we need to go a step back and try to register. So what we're going to do, we're going to go back to our auth helper. So we need to go to our lib folder. Lib folder. Let's go to our services, auth helper, and let's take a look on the changes that we made before. So here, it has to be a put method, not a post method on our update profile. So after that said, let's try to work on our sign up. So I'm just going to copy our login and I'm going to paste it down here. I'm going to remove everything in here and I'm going to rename it to sign up. So when signing up, we require a model, and the model that we require is a sign up model. So the sign up model is already provided, but let's just take a look at it. So this is our sign up model. We have our username, our email, and we have our password in here. So when we are signing up, we're going to use this map string dynamic to JSON method, which is this method right here on top. So let's go back and try to make some modifications. So when signing up here on our auth headers, we don't require a token, so it will stay the way it is. And signing up is a post method. So here we need to change the URL. So for this one, it's going to be sign up URL like that. So I guess this is all what we need to do for the sign up, and we need to go to our providers and see how we can make changes to our sign up controller. So here we go to our controllers, sign up provider. So we only get two providers in here. So we need to create more so that we can sign up a user. Okay, so now that we're done working on this, let's go on to our lib folder controllers. We need to revisit the login provider. We need to create another function, same as the one that we created before, but this one is going to be update profile. So update profile is going to require profile updates requests with the name model. So in here, we are going to call our auth helper. So we need a user ID. So to get our user ID, let's see this one, this will work. If it doesn't, then most probably we need to set our ID locally. This is async. So in here, we need to get a Boolean value, not a Boolean. We need to get a string. So let's have string user ID. So here it's get string, and the string that we're getting is ID. So we need to print the ID after we got it here, so that just to be sure that we're getting the ID. So here, let's have user ID. When we run this function, then we will print the ID on our console. If it's not printed, most probably we need to find some other ways to get it from our user prefs and then use it in our application. So after we have a response, so we need to process our response here. Let's just call it response as we did before. So when a user has successfully updated the profile, that's when we are going to redirect them to the main screen, because it's login, update, then main screen. So here we need to have a condition. If response is true, then we need to do something else. We need to do something. So we're going to have a snack bar. So we've created a snack bar before up here. So let's just copy the snack bar from here and paste it here. So we can just say updating failed. Please try again. And let's just change the background color to something a little bit friendly. Let's have orange here, and it will remain as an alert. So we need to process our response. So the first thing that we need to do, we need a snack bar to just notify the user that, okay, your profile has been successfully updated. So we can just say the profile updated. Then we can pass a message here. We can just say enjoy your search for a job, something like that, something related to the application. Okay, here it's not supposed to be, it's supposed to be like this. So let's give this a friendlier color. So let's just go with light blue. So after, we need to redirect this user to a specific page. So we are going to wait for a little bit, because the snack bar takes about 3 seconds. 3 seconds on the screen. So we need a future delay here. So we need a duration. So our duration is going to be at least 3 seconds. Or let's just put 3 seconds here. And then after our delay, then we can just go on and send the user to the main screen. We want to like push the next page. We don't want to, like, we want to clear the context of the previous page. So we're going to use push off all. So we need to have our page in here. So our page is going to be the main screen. And we need to add const. So let's close it here. So that's about it. Next session, we're going to look at how we are going to use this functions that we just created in this page that we have here in our personal details page. Go ahead and call this function in our profile update. So let's go back to our auth. Oh, these are models. Let's go back to our views UI, update user. So we need to wrap it around the consumer widget first. So the consumer widget that we are going to wrap it around is the image uploader. So let's cut it. Let's have a consumer here. And let's paste it here. Let's give it a name. Supposed to be uploader. So that's it. So here we need to use our image uploader. So first we need to check whether the list that we added our path to is not empty. If it is empty, then a user cannot go on and upload their profile, because it means that they haven't uploaded an image yet. So here, this is the list, image uploader dot. We also need to check whether our URL has been provided. If it is not provided, then that we try to upload, didn't get the URL back from Firebase storage, then most probably you won't continue until you uploaded the image. So the first thing that we need here, we need to have a snack bar just to show the user the error, like you need to do such and such for you to proceed. So let's have a snack bar. We are just going to copy it from the ones that we worked on already. So here we need to add an extra bracket. Let's close it down. Let's upload get here. So here we can just say image missing. So down here, we can just give the user a message, please upload an image to proceed. So that's it for that part. So here we have the if else, like everything is provided. Now we need to go ahead and use our auth notifier, our function in here. So the first thing that we need to feed data to the model. So we are going to have profile, that's this one here. So we need it here, and model is equals to. So we need to fill in the data. We need to map it to our controllers. SKUs, it's supposed to be a list. So here we pass a list. Let's close it down here. So these ones are the same, but we have to just provide text after each and every value that we have. Text. Our profile is an image, so we need to provide an image here. So our image is going to come from image uploader dot image URL, and it's here. It won't be a string, so we just need to set it to string. So in this list here, we need to provide our skills. It's a list string, so let's have skill 0 dot text, and we are going to copy. So we have 1, we have 2, we have 3, and we have 4. So to make 5 fields. So after this, we need to call our login notifier. Here we need to update profile. Our model we've already provided. So that's all. So next we're going to run a test and see whether we can successfully update our profile or not. So we've already have our token, so that won't be a problem. We already have our URL. But anyways, let's just restart the application. Here in our sign up provider, let's do some few changes, but we need to visit our login provider here. In our login provider, we need to copy like validation, form validation. So let's just copy the global key and the validation, and we make changes according to our needs. So let's paste them down here. So here we're going to change the name from profile. Let's just call it sign up. And we need to give the same name down here. We are done creating these two. And the next thing that we need to create is our sign up method. Okay, let's just call it sign up. And in here is going to require a sign up model. Let's give it a name model. So we are going to need to access our auth helper, and we need to sign up. The model is already given on top. So we have a response, and our response is a Boolean. So we need to do something after our response. So let's just call it response here so that we won't get confused. Let's change this to braces, and let's try to close this. So in our braces here, we need to provide the logic. So we are going to have an if statement. In our if statement, the first one, if response is true, then we need to do something. Else we need to do to send a message to the user that, okay, you've made a mistake here, so try to correct it before you log in. So here I'm going to go to our login provider controllers, controllers, login provider, and I'm going to get this snack bar from here. And I'm going to go back to our sign up. Sign up in our else. So else means it's false. Like our endpoint has returned false. So we need to import our constants here. Here is supposed to sign up. Sign up failed. Please check your credentials. Everything else remains the same. So here we need to use get off. After signing up is successful, we need to prompt a user to our login page. So in here, let's provide some, let's provide transition, because getX give us an ability to put some effects when we are going to the next page. So let's have a little bit. So here we are going to have a transition fade. And we need to set the duration. Our duration here is going to be 2 seconds. We need to add a const before our login page. So that's it for this part. We need to go back to our sign up page, and then we can implement it. So here we're going to go to our views. In our views, then let's visit auth. Then we go to sign up. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to come up to our body and visit this list view. We need to wrap it in a form. So here we are going to have a form, and our form requires a key. Okay, here we have our sign up notifier, so everything is okay. Okay, we're going to require the sign up form key. So that's it for that part. Now we need to come to the button. to our sign up button, which is this button here. So the first thing that we need in here, we need to have an if statement. We need to check whether our form is valid or not. If it is valid, then we can proceed. If it is not, then we are going to send a snack bar message to the user. So let's go to our sign up provider. In our sign up provider, let's just check the snack bar. From here, let's go back to our sign up. In our sign up, we need to paste it here. Let's format our code a little bit. So that's okay. Let's close the bar here. So we need to provide the things that we need to do in here in order for a user to sign up. So the first thing that we need to provide is our sign up model. And we're going to give it a name model. And we need to provide the values here. Here we're supposed to put an equal sign. So let's just put everything in order. Okay, so email is supposed to be a text. Password is also supposed to be a text. And our username is supposed to be a text too. Okay, so we have an undefined value here. So let's go up and see what's going on. Okay, here we put it as name, not username, and we need to change here from email to text. So we have name, that's the name of our controller. So we need to come down here and write name. So now we have our model. And to use our model here, we need to access our sign up notifier. And in our sign up notifier, we need our sign up. And after our sign up, we just need to close. And that's, I think that's all for signing up. So let's try to move this. Okay, let's leave it out for now. We are going to move it inside. So this can only be changed if a user is successfully signed up. Because like if you click now and a user is not signed up, or something happens or it failed, most probably it's going to redirect that user to a wrong page. So we need to put it inside. When a user sign up, then we know, okay, this user has signed up for sure. It's their first time. Then we can prompt them to the right page. Let's just close unwanted pages here. Let's start with this page right here, the sign up page, or we can just visit it. So here we want to start with the sign up page in our views UI auth sign up page. So the first change that we need to remove the form that we wrapped around the list view. We need to remove it since we are validating the text as we input it. We don't need to validate it twice. So we are just going to validate it once. The second thing, you need to come to your password. Your password here, change the text input from email address to text. After doing that, you need to come to our validator, our password validator. So I changed the validator to the old validator. So you can just put a simple validation. If password is empty or is less than 8, then it will return an error. Or we can have like now in our alignment here, when we want to go to the registration page here, or go back to the login page. Let's say we're in the registration page, we need to go back to the login page. We need to change the routes from get to get off all, because we don't want to keep the state from the previous page. So we have to get off all, and then we go to the other page without any state. You need to go to the login page and do the same. If you are in the login page, when you're going to the registration page, you need to get off all so that you can be redirected to the registration page without any errors. So here, this is our login page. This is still our sign in page. We need to go to our login page. So in our login page here, when we are going to the registration page, we get off all and then we go to the registration page. That's what we are trying to do now. So if we press register, then we are redirected to the registration page. So let's try to restart our application here. So we just need to create an account. But first, response status is equals to 201, not 200. 201, then you return true, else return false. Because if you put 200, it's always going to be false. So you are not sent to the next page. You are just given an error like, okay, your account wasn't created successfully. So you need to change from 200 to 201 here. So let's go ahead and test our registration, and then we move on to the next section that we can remember. So let's go with, okay, let's just say seeking. Okay, so we are going to copy the email, and we're going to put a password. So our account has been successfully created. So let's try to log in. So first we need our email, and we need our password. Okay, so we went prompted to the other page to update, because I logged in before. So let's come in here, sign out, press register again. Let's put a password. Our profile has been successfully updated, so everything is working till this point. So next we're going to work on getting our profile and can get the jobs from the backend. So to work on our profile, we need to create another request here. So what we are going to do, we are just going to copy the one that we have for update profile, and then we can make some changes to it. So here we are going to say get profile. Let's pause our application here. So when getting the profile, we don't need anything. Since we've made changes to our backend, we don't need the user ID anymore. And we don't need a model here. So in our headers, we require a token, and here it's supposed to be a get method. So this remains the same. From our shared preference, we're getting the token, and we're putting the token here. After our token, we need to change this profile URL. Do we need to change, or it's the same? It's the same. It's the same. So we are going to try by running it like this, and if there are any errors, most probably we need to change. So if status is 200, we need to do something here. We need to get the data from our backend, and then we can put it in our models. So we need a profile here. So we have a model and a function in our model. Profile, this is not profile update. We need profile response from JSON, and here we are going to take response body. So our return type is not going to be a boolean. Our return type is going to be a future profile response. So here, instead of returning true, we are going to return the profile. We're going to return this profile, and down here we need to throw exceptions. So we're going to write a message, failed to get the profile. So these are the changes that we need. Let's see. Here we require headers, we require URL. It's a get, and here still remains the same. Here we have our token, and here we're getting our token. It looks good. So next we are going to try to implement it in our providers, then we can get our profile in our profile page. Okay, so let's go to our lib folder. In our lib folder, let's visit our controllers. So in our controllers, we need to visit the profile provider. So in our profile provider, we need to create a function to get the profile. So let's give it a name, get profile. So here it's going to be asynchronous, and it's going to require our auth helper, and we need to get profile here, and it doesn't require any parameters. So that's it for our get profile. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to go back to our lib folder. In our lib folder, let's go to our auth, and we need to go to our profile. So this is our profile. So what we are going to do, okay, so we need to wrap our body in a consumer widget. So what we need to do here, let's just close it first, and we need to cut it. After cutting it, we need a consumer widget. So we're going to consume a profile notifier, if that's the name. Yes, profile notifier. And let's give it a name here. Let's call it profile notifier. So let's return our widget down here. We need to get rid of the extra comma that we have. And we need to move this to the top. So let's go to the top. So here we have a consumer widget. So we need to import the provider package. After importing the provider package, here, before returning the body, before returning this padding, we need to call our profile notifier, and we need to get the data, and then we can use the data in our profile. So we need to wrap this in a future builder. What we need to do, we need to wrap this padding in a future builder. But before we do that, let's visit this notifier here. Let's visit this profile notifier. We need to make a little bit of changes. So here we need to have a profile, and on top we need a profile response, and it can be null of name profile. So that's it for this page. Let's go back to our profile. In our profile, what we need a future builder. So we need to wrap this in a builder first, and then we can make necessary changes for us to have a future builder. So now we have our builder. We need to change it to a future builder. So a future builder takes a builder. So we have a future builder here. We're going to consume a profile res, that's profile response, and we need a builder. We need a future, and our future is going to come from our profile notifier. It's supposed to be notifier, not netifier, but either way, let's use it like that. We have profile in here. So in our builder, we require context and a snapshot. So we need to have an if statement here. Okay, let's just try to close this. This is our builder. Okay, we're going to cut this code first from here. So if snapshot dot connection state is equals to, okay, let's close the bar so that we can see the code. Connection state dot waiting. Then we need to return something here. So if it is waiting, we are going to return a circular progress indicator, but it has to be in the center of the page. So here we need a child, and then we are going to put our circular progress indicator, and then we need to close it here. So let's add a constant here. So we are done with that part. This is if it is waiting. So if snapshot has error, so we need to have an else if here dot has error. We need to pass a message. So here we're going to return a text widget. So in our text, we're going to pass the error, and we can just say error here. And then we need to show the message. What kind of message did we encounter? So here we need snapshot.error. So the third thing is like, if it is not waiting, if it doesn't have an error, then we need our data. Else we are going to return the data here. But first, let's create a final instance of our snapshot, and let's call it user data. Here it's supposed to be snapshot.data. We have to close it here, and we have to return our pairing widget. So let's paste it in here. So our error is gone. So it's loading now. If we don't have any error, then the page will show, but we are not yet displaying the data in our page. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and access the data and show it where it's supposed to be. So first we have an image, we have a name. So let's just try to access the name first. So here we're going to say user data dot username, and it can be nullable. So let's add a null checker here. Let's refresh. So our name is here. So we need our location next. So here's our location. To access our location, we do the same. user data.location. Our location is here. So now we need our email. So let's find our email. So our email is here, .email. And then we need a phone number here. We do the same. Skills, our heading. So our skills, we have a list view builder. So, list view builder, we are going to change these skills. These skills, they have to come from our user data dot skills. So this is the list that we are accessing so that we can display the skills. After accessing these lists, we are going to put each and every item of the lists in here, and then we are going to display. So here we have skill. Okay, so I guess this is fine. Okay, we need to change this skill to user data skill. That's my mistake. Okay. Okay, so these are the skills that we've inputted when we were updating. So we are done with our profile. The next thing that we need to do, we need to come up here and we need to edit our profile. So in editing our profile, we need to create a new page. The functionalities are probably the same we've worked on before when we were logging in. The difference is we give the user an ability to edit their profile once they get inside the application. So let's say they want to change their location. They have the ability to change their location. So this is about it when we are trying to get data from our backend. So we need to add our profile here. So this is basically what we need to do here. So we need to come and replace the image that we were using with the one that we are getting from our backend. So our image here is going to be profile, and we need to add a now checker here because we started working on the username before we worked on our profile. So you need to remove the now checker that you put on the username, and then you can put it on the profile here, and everything else remains the same. So the next thing that we're going to do, let's try to go to our views folder. In our views folder, let's go to our auth. In our auth, let's create a new page so that we can update a user from the inside. So we are going to create a new file, and we're going to call it profile update. Dart. So in here, we're going to require let's have a stateful widget. Let's import our material package. After importing our material package, we need to wrap this in a scaffold. We need to return a scaffold here. So the first thing that we need an app bar. So our app bar, we're going to use our custom app bar. Our custom app bar. So we need preferred size. As we did before, the child comes after the preferred size. So we need to cut it from here. And we need to have our size here. And our size is going to be from height. And it will remain the same. So here we're going to have a size of 50. And we need to pass our screen utils. So 50.h. Here, okay, it seems like we have an error because we haven't provided our child here. So let's have our child here. So our child is going to be our custom app bar. So our custom app bar requires a child, and this child is going to be a gesture detector. So in our gesture detector, we're going to have onTap function. So for onTap, for now, let's return an empty function and let's have a child. So our child is going to be an icon. Here we are going to use Cupertino. That's Cupertino icons with a capital letter I. And we have to have, okay, let's import it first so that we won't have any problems importing our icon. So here, let's have an arrow left. Let's add a const. So in our onTap function, we need to get back to our profile page. Okay, we need to get back to our main screen. Since the state of our page is being kept by our Zoom drawer, so here we just need to, or we can just say get back. Either way, we can say get back here. So we need to import get. So this is our page. So let's go to our profile. In our profile, we need to look for the edit button. Location pin. We have our edit button here. We need to get to a page. So here we need to get to, let's import get in here. So we need to get to our profile update. So this is the page here, and let's close it here. Let's add const. Okay, so our page is working fine. If we get back, we are sent back to our page. So everything is working properly. So we need to go back to our profile update. We need a text for our app bar. So we come up here, we have a text property. So in our text, we're going to say update profile. It has to be update profile here. Let's save. Okay, so our text is showing. Okay, so in here, up on top, we're going to require profile info. Let's say the information that we have in our list. So we need a list. Let's try to have a list here, a list string. Let's call it profile. Okay, so we have our profile in here. So we have to go back to our profile page and try to pass the list in here. Let's remove this. So we require a profile. So this profile is going to come from our user data. Dot skills. Where are the skills? Okay, they're on top. So we have our list here. So let's go back here and see whether we can access the list from here. Let's say print. Okay, so here we need widget dot. Oh, it's not up here. We need it in here. So widget dot profile. So let's open our terminal. in our terminal, let's open our debug console. It looks like we have an error in our debug console. I don't know where it's coming from. I'll reload it. Okay, let's reset our application. Let's hot reset it. Okay, so it won't be a problem. Go back to our profile. We get our profile, we get our data in here. Okay, so our list has been printed here. So far so good. The next thing that we need to do, we need to have the controllers, the text controllers for the items that we are going to edit. So to do that with ease, let's go to our update user. In our update user, what we need to do, we need to just go ahead and copy these controllers from here. After copying these controllers, we need to come back here and then we need to paste them down here. So we have our controllers. The next thing, we need to dispose them after using them. So we need to have our dispose. So we are just going to do the same, copy and paste. So what we need to do here, we need to make a little bit of change. We need to remove this list from here. Okay, let me give you the reason why before I delete it. So here, we are supposed to have like initial text. So we cannot use that list. We can not use an initializer in here. So what we are going to do, we are going to leave phone number and location as they are, but for the list, we are going to set it in our constants, and then we are going to use it here. So let's go back to our profile. That's our profile. In our profile, when we are sending this data to the next page, the first thing that we need to do, we need to set this data in a list in our constants. So let's visit our lib folder in our constants, app constants. Here, down below, let's just create a list and call it profile. Here, it's supposed to be a list string. So initially, it's going to be empty. So we need to set the data in there. So let's save all these pages. So here, before we go, we check these skills and we put them in the list that we just created. So we have, what did we call it? We called it profile, is it? Profile. Here it's supposed to be profile. Yes, that's the profile that we're looking for. So here we need to close it. Okay, so everything is good. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to go back to our update profile page. We need to get rid of this list that we have here. And we need to remove it from up here also. Let's save this one. Let's see, we're printing the list in here, so we need to get rid of it. So in that page, we are good to go. Here, we need to get rid of this list. So we are done. We need to go back and let's go back to our update. So here we need to print a new list and see whether our list is being printed or not. So here, let's just say print. In our print, we're going to print the profile. That's from our constants. So our list is showing. Let's see whether we can access our list up in here. So we are going to just assign the data for our skills, and for the location and the phone number, that's personal data. We don't want to involve it. So a user has to start from scratch when they're filling that kind of data. So here we are going to have profile, and we are going to access index 0. So we have 1, we have 2, we have 3, and we have 4. So that's it. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to go to our profile, or not our profile, but the page that we've written something that is closer to what we want to do in this page. So it's this page here. So we need to just copy almost everything. So let's copy the list view. Let's copy the list view from here. Go back to our update profile, and in our update profile, we need to have a body. So in our body, we're going to need padding, and let's have edge inserts. Oh, our list view comes with a padding, so we don't need it. So let's just paste the list view in here. So we are good. There are some things that we need to take care of in here. So let's do that first. So here we have this consumer widget. So it's good. Let's see, we have another provider that we are using in this page, which is the login provider, if I'm not mistaken. So we have a login notifier. So the best way to go about it is to have a consumer widget first, and we are going to consume the login notifier. So let's import our provider package in here first. So after our provider package, we need to import the object that we're consuming, and we need to give it a name. The name has to be the same with the one that we have in our list view. So I guess that's the right name. It's supposed to be login notifier. Let's see. Okay, let's remove that, and let's add a bracket there. Okay, the best way to do it here, since we have an error, let's just copy the name that we have here, and it's the name that we are going to give this object here. So now let's import all the widgets that we don't have. So most of the things are going to remain the same. So we have one error remaining. Let's close this. Let's find out where the error is. Okay, we need .io here. So please take note, if you import HTTP, then your application is not going to run if you import HTTP. So let me get rid of this .io here. Let's say you make a mistake and you import the wrong file here, or it imported by itself and it imported .http. Your application is not going to run. So you need to make sure that you imported .io. So let's just try to save. So that's what our file looks like. So here we need to reduce this vertical so that we can have everything in a page. That's skill 0. Okay, let's get rid of the constants. Let's close this up here. Okay, so our text is now showing here. So I was wondering why our text wasn't showing. So initially, when a person wants to edit the profile they've like updated before, we give them the data of their profile so that it can be easier for them to read. But for the phone number and the location, they have to start from scratch. The image, they have to upload from scratch, something like that. So, but for the image, yeah, they'll have to do it from scratch. So that's it for this page. That's it for this page. Next, we're going to work on our jobs, how to get our jobs, how to display them, and then we proceed to our bookmarks. And last but not least, we're going to work on our chat section. Done working on our profile, the next thing that we need to do, we need to get all the jobs from our backend. So let's go to our lib folder. In our lib folder, we need to visit our services folder, helpers. So now we want to work on this jobs helper. And what we're going to do, we're just going to copy one of the requests that we've created before. So let's copy this. This is a post. Let's go with a get. So we have a get here, a get requests, and let's go back to our job helper and let's paste it down here. So for our job response, we're going to use a jobs response model. So we can find it in our models, response, job. So we have jobs response. So this is our jobs response model. So we need to use it to get the jobs. So let's go to our helper. But before we go to our helper, let's just copy the name from here. Okay. So we are going to return it here. And we need to get rid of the shared preference because these endpoints are open. We don't need a token to access them. Let's import our config. So in here, we need to access jobs. So we are going to copy the jobs, or we're just going to say .jobs here. The response await client .get, so it's a get method, so everything is okay. But here we need to call a different method. So let's go to our job response. So our method is going to be job response from JSON. So let's paste it down here. So on top here, we need to make a change. It's supposed to be a list, and we need to close it here. So it's a list of jobs that we're getting from our backend. So here we can just change the name to jobs list. So everything else remains the same. So we just need to change the error message here, fail to getter, to get the jobs. Okay, here it's supposed to be jobs, not the profile. So that's it for getting jobs. So let's go ahead and implement it in our page and see whether we can have a successful response from our backend. Get a function in our providers. So let's go to our controllers, lib folder, controllers. In our controllers, let's go to job provider. In our job provider, we need to do a few things. The first, we're going to create a list. So it's going to be a late future list, and it's going to be of jobs response. So we have our jobs response here, and we have to give it a name. Let's just call it jobs list, and we need to close it here. So that's the first one. Thing that we need to do, we need to get jobs. So we need to create the function here. So let's just give it a name, get jobs, and it's going to have a job list here. The job list that we defined on top is equals to, we need to access our jobs helper. And in here, we need to, okay, it has the name get profile. We didn't change the name. So let's go back. We need to change the name here to get jobs. So what we're going to do, we are going to try to just say get jobs here. So let's go back to our jobs provider. in our jobs provider, we've just changed all the occurrence of the name that we've just renamed. So to do that, if you haven't done that, on Mac it's Fn F2 and then you rename. On Windows it's supposed to be F2. Like when you're renaming, you just rename the occurrence of that particular thing that you want to rename. So this is all. So we need to wrap around, we need to wrap our home in a consumer so that we can access this method that we just created. So let's go to our views. In our views, now we need to work in a different folder. That's jobs, and we have, now we need to go to our home page because we need jobs on our home page here on this list. So here, let's see, we need to wrap our safe area in a consumer widget. So let's close this here and let's cut this from here and let's have a consumer widget. So we are going to consume a job notifier. So let's give it a name here, job notifier. Made a typo. Jobs notifier. We need to import provider. After importing provider, we need to paste our code down here. So let's get rid of the comma. So our error is gone. So the first thing that we need to do before we return the scaffold, we need to get the jobs. So here we are going to have our job notifier. Here we're going to get jobs first. After getting the jobs, okay, so we are going to save it. We don't have an error, so that means it's working. After wrapping our job, like our page in a consumer widget, the next thing that we need to do, we need to go and visit this list. So we need to wrap it in a future builder. So here we are just going to cut the list view builder from here, and we are going to return a future builder. So our future builder returns a builder and it requires a future. So our future is coming from our job notifier. And the next thing we need our builder. So our builder takes in context in the snapshot. So we are going to have context here. And we are going to have our snapshot. And then we need to return something in here. So the first thing we need to check, if it is waiting, we need to do something. Okay, let's close this so that we can have a visual of the whole screen. So if snapshot.connection_state is equals to connection_state.waiting. So if it is waiting, we need to return a schema. So here we have our return. So let's see whether we have a horizontal schema in here. Okay, we have it. So I think I've created this before. Okay, so our horizontal schema is just a container, but we'll work on it a little bit later. So let's deal with this first, and then we can go ahead and create the schema. So else if we need to return something. So here we have snapshot dot has error. If it has an error, we need to return a text widget with the error. So we just do what we did before. So in here we need to have the error. So we need to pass a $sign dot error here. We need to close it. And let's write something before the error. And let's add const here. So the last option is when the snapshot has a data. So if the snapshot has a data, what we need to do, we need to create a final instance of that data. So we're just going to call it jobs, or let's just call it job. So here is equals to snapshot.data. Let's call it jobs here, and we need to return the list view that we removed before. So let's get rid of the extra comma. Let's close it there. We have an error here. Okay, we didn't put return here, so we need to return something here. So our error is gone. Okay, so that means our snapshot has data. So what we need to do, we need to access the data. The data is in here. So we need to replace the item count with our jobs.length. And we need to put a null checker here. So in here, in our horizontal tile, we need to pass the instance of the data so that we can use it in here, because this is our widget, the widget that we are displaying. So we need to pass the data. So here, after our list view, we need to have another instance of our data. So we're going to call it a job. So here, final job is equals to jobs. Here we need to access an item of an index, an item of that list that we are providing. So here, that's the name. So let's go to our jobs horizontal tile. In our horizontal tile, we need to have a final here. And our final is going to be of jobs response. And let's give it a name job here. And let's close it. We need to add it to our parameters here. So it's added. Let's save here. Though we have an error here, so we need to pass the data here. It's going to be job here. So we need to go ahead and deal with the data that we sent to the horizontal tile. So let's visit our horizontal tile. In our horizontal tile, this is the widget that we've created before. So we have a title here first. Let's deal with the title. So our title is going to be job dot. Most probably here we have a title. So let's save it and see whether our titles change. Oh, that's a company. This is a company. So here we need to have job dot company. So we need to change this image to a network, or let's just use a cached. Okay, it's a network image. Network image, and we need to provide the URL of the image. So in here, we are going to access our jobs, our job, and we are going to need an image URL, and we need to get rid of the constant here. Yeah, okay. So they're coming out okay. So we need to go ahead and work on these other. So this one is a job title. It's a job title. So we're going to have job dot title. This must be the correct title. Yes, this is the correct title. And let's see the next widget. We have the job location. So that one is okay too. We have our locations, and we need salary. After our salary, we need our period, like how many months is the salary for? Not salary. Here we need period. So our period here, we need to concatenate it. Let's see, let's have a $sign here. And we need to add a slash. Yes. So for our job, this list, for this list, we are done. For this list, we are done. So we're going to work on our next list, which is the recent jobs. So for our recent jobs, we're going to require the same. So these are recent jobs here. But before that, we need to get the recent jobs. So we need to wrap it around a future builder. And so I'm just going to copy the future builder that we've worked on here. So this is our future builder. So this, okay, let me just comment this vertical tile out. So here we need to remove the list view builder. After removing the list view builder, let's head back to our lib folder. In our lib folder, we are going to go to our services helper and jobs helper. We need to duplicate this request that we have here and make a little bit of changes to it so that we can get our recent job. So let's just call it get recent. After getting recent, we need to return a job response. We don't need to return a list. We just need to return one job. So we are getting this job list here, and we need to process it a little bit. So we are going to have var recent down here. So we need to access this jobs list. Then we need to get the first item from that list, and we return that item. So that's how we get the recent job on our jobs list. So that's about it. I guess we are done with get recent. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to go to our controllers. In our controllers, we need to visit jobs provider. So let's just copy this here and let's just paste it here. We give it a new name. We're going to call it get recent. So in our get recent, we are going to require a late future, and it's going to be of job response. Let's give it a name here, recent. So here it's going to be recent, get recent. So our error is gone. So we need to go back to our home page. In our home page, the first thing that we need to edit here. So we need to have it here. We need to get recent, not get jobs, that's get recent. We need to get recent and then we proceed. So here, we need to change this future to recent. Everything else remains the same. So here we are going to need a vertical shimmer if we have it. Yes, we have a vertical shimmer. Let's see what it looks like. Okay, a vertical shimmer is designed, so it's okay. So that's our vertical shimmer there. And we have a container here. So instead of having a container, we're going to have our vertical tile. So let's see, our vertical tile requires a job. So we already have our job here. So let's just say job here. Is it jobs? Okay, let's figure out what's the error, what's the cause of the error. It has to be late here. We're getting reasons. Okay, so we come in here. We are just going to change this one to, so it seems like we have an error here. Okay, the error is coming from our image. So we need to make it now here. So let's see whether we can get the data or not. Our application is running. So here it's going to be job.title or title. Is it title? a company. Okay, so we just needed to reset our application, so everything is coming out okay. So this recent job is supposed to be the same as the first job, so let's change the title so that we can have our moment of the truth if you're doing the right thing or if you're doing the wrong thing. So here it's going to be title, and we need to, okay, so everything is coming out as planned. So down here we need to add the salary and we need to add the period. So we have their salary and we have the period. So for the period, what we're going to do, we're going to concatenate. Oh, let's get rid of the extra. So dot period here is going to be period, and we need to add a dollar sign, and we need to add a slash before there. So we are done getting our jobs. So this is our job and this is our job. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to get a single job. So to get a single job, we need to pass the ID to the next page so that we can get that job. But first, let's visit our job page. Let's go to views. Let's go to jobs and let's see what our job page looks like. So right here on top, we have a title, and the title is coming from the widget. So what we can do here, we can pass the title first, and then we can pass the other information of the title in the ID. Yes, we can pass the title in the ID, and then we can get the job using the ID. So let's go to our home page. In our home page, okay, so here we have on tap function. So in this on tap function, we need to redirect to the jobs page. Same as for our other future builder. Where is the other future builder? Okay, it's here. Okay, let me space the widgets a little bit so that they won't be hard to find. So here we are passing some constants, but we don't need to pass constants. So what we need job dot. So the first one is going to be the company. So we need to pass the company, and we need to add a, is it a now? Let's see, the value can be accessed. Okay, so we have a const here. So we need to get rid of the consts, and the ID is going to be job.id. So we're going to pass the ID here. So let's just click on a job and see whether we can. Okay, so we're having the right title to the job, so that's okay. So what we need to do next, we need to get the job information, get a single job. So to do that, we need to go back to our jobs helper. So let's go to our lib folder. In our lib folder, we need to visit our services, and in our services, we need to open this job helper. So in this job helper, we just need to copy the request that we've made before. So let's paste it down here. Here it's supposed to be get job, not jobs. And let's just pass a comment so that everything can be differentiated. Here it's supposed to be get job. So when we're getting job, we don't require a list. What we need a new model here. So let's just get rid of this here. So we have a model in our models, response, jobs. This get job is the one that we want to use to get a single job. So let's copy the title from there, and we are going to paste it here, and we need to import it when we paste it. So we've imported our model. Here the headers remains the same, and here our config, in our config, we need to figure out one thing. So this is to get jobs and to get a job. Okay, so it's the same, but we need to pass an ID to get a job here. So what we need to do, the same endpoint, we just need to concatenate it, add a $, and we are going to require a job ID here. So let's have job ID. So this job ID, we are going to pass it as a string in here. So let's say job ID here, string job ID. So why do we have an error here? Okay, we need to, that's a $. Okay, so this is supposed to be in here. So our error is gone. We're getting our job ID from here. We're going to pass it from somewhere. Is like most probably we're going to pass it from our jobs page. We get the ID from our list, we pass it to a single page, and from a single page, we are going to pass it to our request. So this is a get request. Everything here looks proper. So here we need to get job res from JSON, and then we get a job here. So let's just give them the right titles. Here is supposed to be job, failed to get a job, failed to get a job. So that's it for this model. That's it for this request, not model, sorry. So let's move on. Let's go on to our lib folder. Let's go to our controllers. In our controllers, let's visit our jobs provider. In our job provider, we need to create, okay, here we're going to say get job. So get job here is going to require a string, and we're going to have a job ID. Let's give it a name, job here. So here is supposed to be get job. So here it requires a job ID. So let's pass the job ID here, and we need to create an instance of our job or get job response. So here we have our late future. So here it's supposed to be get job response, and the name is supposed to be job, and we close it. So we are done with this part. So next we need to wrap this page, the job page, in a jobs notifier object so that we can call this function from there. So let's close our controller folders. Let's close our models, close our services, our common. Let's go to our UI. In our UI, we need to go to jobs, and then we open this job that we have here. So since we are getting our title from our widget, from our home screen, we are not going to, okay, so let's just wrap the scaffold in a consumer widget to make things a little bit easier. So this is our scaffold. Let's see. So let's close our scaffold. Let's cut it from here. So we're going to have a consumer widget. So in our consumer widget, we're going to consume a jobs notifier. We need to import our provider. After importing our provider, we need to return our scaffold here, and we need to get rid of this dead code, and we need to close it down here. So let's go back to the top. Let's give it a corresponding title here. So let's call it jobs notifier. Okay, it's supposed to be jobs notifier here. So we're good to go on that end. So here we have a list view. So this list view, we are supposed to wrap it around a future builder, or we can just wrap the whole thing in a future builder. Or to get the job, what we need to do after this consumer widget, we need to call our job notifier, and we need to get job, and we need to pass in the ID. So our ID is coming from our widget.id. So after that, we need to use the instance. So to use it, we need to have a future builder. We need to use a future builder. So our future builder is going to be here, our list view. We need to wrap it in a list view. Our list view, we need to wrap it in a future builder. No, our stack or our padding, either way. So the whole body, we need to wrap it in a future builder. So let's have a future builder here. So our future builder takes builder in the future. So we have a future here. So our future is going to come from our jobs notifier. So here we need to get a job. So in here, we are going to require two things: the context, and we are going to require a snapshot. After that, we need to have an if statement. That's the first one. After this one, we need to have else if, and we need to have else. So in our else, that's where we are going to return our body. So let's replace that one with a comma. So let's go back up. So we can go to the page that we worked on before. That's the home page, and just copy the information from there. Okay, so we need these two. Let's format our code. So here we need a circular progress indicator. So our progress indicator, we have to wrap it around a center widget, so that when it's loading, then our circular progress indicator is appearing in the center of the screen. So here we need to add const. Okay. So that's it here. So we don't have an error. So that means we are getting our job. So here we need to have job, the final instance of our job is equals to snapshot data. So that's the data that we are going to use in here. So let's see. The first thing that we need to change this asset image to a network image. And we need to provide the path. So our path is going to come from our job instance. So here, let's remove this constant so that we can get rid of the error. And we still have the error. Oh, okay. Network image, not just network. I was wondering where the problem is coming from. So here, this is our icon for Slack. So everything is coming out okay. So we just need to replace or the other instance here is going to be a job title. So our job title is going to come from job the title. Let's see whether we have a change or not. Okay, that's it. Our job is a Java developer job, so we are good. Next, we're going to need location. After our location, we need the contract. So this one comes as job.contract, whether it's full-time or part-time, something like that. And we need our salary, and we need our period. Here it's going to be salary, and we need our period down here. So for our period, we need to concatenate job.period. That's period. We've gotten rid of one of the, and we need to add a slash. Let's see, it's this slash here. It needs to be outside. Okay. So that's it. Now we need description. So we are done with description. Let's see, requirements. This is our heading for our requirements. So it will remain like that. And down here, we have a list view builder. In this list view builder, okay, we're taking the length from, we're taking the list from our constants. So now we need to take it from our job. So job dot, here we do have requirements. So we need to access the length of these requirements. Afterwards, we need to have these requirements down here. So everything else remained the same from now. Okay. So everything is coming out okay. Everything is coming out fine. So we are done with our job. The next thing that we need to have our bookmarks. We need to add bookmarks. We need to remove bookmarks. But before we head to our bookmarks, we need to come to this page, view all, where we are showing all the jobs. So to go on and create our jobs lists, so let's go to our lib folder. In our lib folder, let's visit our views UI and let's visit our jobs lists. So right about now, we have a scaffold. We have a container, but we need a scaffold. So here we need to replace with the scaffold, and in our scaffold we're going to require an a bar. So for the a bar, we're going to use the a bar that we used previously. So let's go to our jobs page. We're going to copy this a bar from our jobs page. We are going to paste it here and make a few changes. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to remove the actions. We don't need the actions here. After removing the actions, we are going to just have a title here. We're just going to call it jobs. And we need to import this custom a bar. After importing, let's import our get and import our Cupertino icons. Here we also have the screen utils. So let's save. After saving, let's go back to our home page. So in our lib folder, our home page is outside of our UI folder. So this is our home page. We need to look for the view all. So this is recently posted. We need popular jobs. So popular jobs are here. We need to get to the page. So here we need a jobs list. and we're going to close it here. Let's add a const. Let's save and let's view it. So here we have our jobs and we have our back button. So everything is working fine. So we just need to work on the content inside our jobs page, our jobs list page. So let's come back here. We have our app bar already. So we need a body. So in our body, we're going to require a list view builder, and we're also going to require a feature builder. So the first thing that we need to do, let's have a feature builder first. So this is our feature builder, and we require a list. So our list is going to come from our jobs notifier. So let's just create an instance here. Var jobs lists is equals to provider of, and here we're going to have a jobs notifier here. Let's close it here, and we need to import provider. So here in our feature builder, we are going to require a feature. So since we get our jobs already, we don't need to get them 2 times. So here we are going to get this jobs list. So down here, let's have our contexts. That's context, and let's have our snapshot. After our snapshot, we need to return something. So here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to our jobs page. In our jobs page, I'm going to copy what we have inside here and then make a few changes. Okay, let's just check which is which. Okay, this one is for that one. Okay, so we need to copy this, and we need to replace from here to here. So when we're inside here, the first thing that we need a list here, a list of jobs. So here it's going to be job response. So we have a list view builder here. We need it. We need a list view builder. We need a list view. We need to return a list view builder. So we don't need all these other widgets. So we need to come down where we have our list view builder. Okay, we have a list view builder here. So we're going to cut this list view builder from here. And when we return stuff here, this padding, let's close it here. We want to replace everything with the list view builder. So our count here is going to come from this instance of a job that we have here. We need to change what we are returning in our list here. So we are returning a text. We don't need this text here. We don't need these bullets also here. Let's rename this to jobs. Okay, let's just call it jobs so that we can get rid of the error. So here we have a vertical tile widget. And let's visit our vertical tile. Our vertical tile is empty, so let's go ahead and create it. So first, in our vertical tile, we need to return a padding. So our padding text padding. So we're going to have a padding of agentsets.only. We need to manipulate the bottom. So in our bottom, we are going to have a padding of 12, and we need to add our screen utils here. We also need to return a child. So our child is going to be a gesture detector. Okay, here is supposed to be gesture detector. So in our gesture detector, we should have on tap function. So let's leave it as empty for now. Let's have a child. So in our child, we need to have a container. In our container, we're going to require padding. So we need to manipulate horizontal and vertical. So we are going to use agencies.symmetric. So we need vertical here. So our vertical is going to be 10. We need to add edge here. And we need horizontal. And the horizontal is going to be 20. We need to add W. So we're done with that part. We need to move on. So the next thing that we need height. So our height is going to be the height that we have in our constants times 0.15. And we need to give it a width, and the width is going to be width. We also need a color. And our color here is going to be light gray. So we have our widget. So let's see if we can. Our widget is hooked up already, is it? Okay, but in our jobs list here, we didn't save. So if we save, our widget is appearing. So we have 3 jobs. So we have 3 vertical tiles. So everything is coming out properly. So let's revisit our jobs tile widget and continue working on it. So in our container, we need a child. So our first child is going to be a column. In this column, not column field, is going to be a column. In this column, we're going to require cross-axis alignment and main axis alignment. So for cross-axis alignment, we're going to use darts. Main axis alignment, we're going to use space between. So let's have our children in here. So in our children, our first child is going to be a row widget. In our row, we're going to require main axis alignment. So here it has to be main axis alignment, space between. So let's have children in here. So our first child is going to be a circular avatar. Circular avatar. We have to give it a radius. So let's give it a radius of 30. After giving it a radius, we need a background image. So our background image is going to be a network image. So this network image is going to come from our jobs. So we don't have them yet, but let's just leave it like that. We'll hook it up a little bit later. So after our image, our circular progress indicator here, we need to put a width spacer. Since we're in a row, we are not in a column, so we need width spacer. We need to give it a size of 10, and we need to move on. After that, we need to create another column. So in this column, we are going to require the same properties, main axis alignment and cross axis alignment. So for our main axis alignment is going to be start, and our cross axis alignment is going to be start again. So let's edit there. So we are going to require children in here. In our children, we're going to use our reusable text widgets. So we require text, and our text is going to come from our job, but we don't have that now. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to have our app style. So in our app style, we have to give it a size, and the size that we're going to give it is 20, and we need to give it a color. So our color here is going to be a dark color. So we need to use kdark. Dot value, and the font weight here is going to be W600. And so that's it for that one. We need to move on. So down below, we need a size box. Okay, It's supposed to be size box. We need a sized box. In our size box, we need to give it a width. So our width is going to be the width that we have in our constants. And we're going to multiply it by 0.5. And after that, we need a child. Okay. After the width, we need a child. And our child is going to be a reusable text widget. So let's copy the text widget that we have on top. And let's paste it down here. Oh, okay, let's just paste it. Okay, so we need to move it down. Okay, so the error is gone. Let's get rid of the extra comma. So here is going to be a job title. So right outside our row, this is our row here. In our column, we're going to require another circular avatar. So in this circular avatar, we're going to take a radius, and our radius has to be 18. After our radius, we're going to need a child. So our child is going to be an icon. And this icon has to be chevron forward. So chevron forward comes from Flutter vector icons. So in here, we need ion icons. So let's import the icons first. So in here, we need a chevron forward. It's supposed to be forward. Okay, we can't save because we don't have the URL here. So we need to give the color to our icon here. So let's have a color. So our color here is going to be K orange. It's going to be K orange. So we're done with that part. So we need to move down. Okay, let's see what we have here. Okay, up on top, we're going to require a final. Is going to be jobs response. And it's going to be a job. And we're going to require it here. Let's see. Okay, we have the error coming from there. So it's okay. So in here, we need to pass the job. It's supposed to be jobs. So it's okay for now. Let's try to save. We have an error. So in here, now we can access our job, I guess. So like, let's say job dot, let's see, we have our job here. Okay, so here is going to be URL. Okay, so it's coming out okay. It's coming out okay. So we just need to enter the texts. Most probably I've made a mistake, but we'll take a look at it and we'll get rid of it together. Okay, so here we have a row. And we have a secular progress indicator. So let's get rid of this main axis alignment in here. And this row, let's see, we have this row here. Okay, let's wrap this row in a row like this, and then we can have our main axis alignment here. Let's see. Okay, it's coming out okay. So there's something that we need to do. This secular, we need to move it up in this row. We need to move it here. Oh, no, that's a row, that's a column. row, we need to move it outside of this row. Okay, let's format our code a little bit. So we just need to add the titles. So here is going to be job title, dot title. The next one is the upper one is going to be company. That's the company. So we need company here. Okay, so we have our company and our job. Okay, so this one is going to be dark gray. Okay, so everything is coming out okay. So down below, we need to add our salary. After this row, in this column, we need to add a padding. So padding requires padding. So our padding here is going to be agencies dot only. We're going to manipulate the left side. So in here is going to be left. And we're going to have of 12. Then we're going to put W here. So we require a child in our padding. And we require a row. So in our row, we're going to require children. So our children, they're going to be a reusable text widget. So we just need to come up here. Let's copy this one from here. And let's paste it down here and we make a few changes according to our needs. So here it's going to be salary. So the salary, the size has to be a little bit bigger. So let's make it 22. Let's save it and see. Okay. The next thing that we need to paste another widget. Okay, let's format our code. After pasting, we need to have the period. So this is the period of our salary. So we need to concatenate it. So here we need a $sign. After the $sign, we need to, before the $sign, we need to add a slash. Okay, monthly, and we need to change the color to dark gray. Oh, that's supposed to be gray here. Okay, so let's try to push it a little bit inside. So let's give it a padding of, let's try of 30. 50. Yes, 60. Okay, 65 will do. Okay, so that it can be aligned with the other. So we are done with these jobs lists. So the next thing that we need to do is to redirect when we click on our widget. But before that, let's add const to the files here. Like we require one const, so everything is okay. So we are done working on this one. So we're going to close it. So let's check the properties of this vertical tile. Okay, so here the vertical tile, we are not going to wrap it in our home screen. We're going to wrap it here in our gesture detector. So we need to get to a specific page from here. So we're going to need to go to jobs page. So jobs page require two things. So here we need to import get. So our title is going to be the company. So the company is supposed to be job.company, and our ID is going to be job.id, and we need to close it here. So if we click, we're redirected to our jobs page. So that's it. That's it for that list. Most probably work on the padding of the list. The bottom 12. Okay, so the padding that we're going to change is not the padding for the tile here. We are going to close the tile. open our files here. In our files, we need to go to our home. When we are returning this vertical tile, oh no, it's in our jobs list. Here, we need to wrap it in a padding. So our padding here is going to be, we need side by side. So let's use symmetric. Let's use, so it's not supposed to be this horizontal. So let's remove it from here, and then we can see whether we can symmetric. Let's have horizontal. Let's add 20. Okay, that will do. So we need to make it a little bit shrunken so that the tiles won't touch end to end. But 20 is too much. We can have 12. 12 is okay. What we need to do, we need to make this job clickable. So let's go to our recent. In our recent here, we need to navigate to our jobs page. So we need to utilize our get. So we need to get to, our jobs page. So here's supposed to be jobs page. We require 2 items. We require the title. So the title here is going to be jobs.company. Okay. So here we need to add an out checker, and we need an ID. So our ID is going to come from jobs.id, and we need to close it here. So that one is working. It's working. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to work on our search. So to start working on our search, we need to go back to our lib folder. We need to go to our services. In our services, let's open our helper. After opening our helper, we need our jobs helper here. So let's close this bar here so that we can have a little bit of space. So down here, down below, let's give it a space. Let's comment and let's call, okay, search. So for our search here, we need an endpoint. So this endpoint is going to return a list. So we need to just copy these jobs from here. And we need to paste it down here. And we need to rename it to search. Okay, search jobs. Okay, so here we need to put an R. The headers remains the same. The URL, we need to make a few changes here. So let's go to our config. In our config, we have search. So let's go back and change this to search. And our search requires a key. So what we are going to do, we're going to concatenate it. Okay, before that, we need to edit in here and we need to concatenate it. Let's add a $sign here. After that, we need to have our search query here. Okay, let's just give it a name, search query. We need to add a $sign here. So this is our search query. So we require a string here with the name search query. So let's copy the name. Let's paste it here. So it's going to be a get request. It requires a URL. It requires headers. and the response is going to be the same. We're going to return a jobs list. So that's it for this part. Next, we're going to try to create a function in our provider. Okay, so for our search, we don't require provider. We don't require a function in our provider. So what we're going to do, we're going to go to our lib folder. Let's go to our views. In our views, we want to go to our search. In our search, we want to visit our search page here. So this is our page. In our page, we need to make a few changes. So here we have our custom field. It's okay. Suffix icon is okay. So let's take a look at our body. So our body, we're going to require a future builder. We're going to require a future builder for our body. So let's just cut it first. So let's have our future builder here. So our future builder is going to require a list. This a list of job response. And we need our future. Okay, let's put this down. So we need our future up here. So our future is going to come from our jobs helper search. So we need this string so that we can search. We'll look at it later. But first, we need to pass our contexts. We need to pass our context here, and we need to pass our snapshot. And we need to return something in here. So before we return, let's go up. So up here, we have our text controller already. We have our text controller already. So we need the text controller. So this text controller is the one that we're going to use here. So let's say search.text. That's the text that we're going to use to search for a job. But before, we need to use it to display something here. So we need search. So if this text controller is empty, we're going to display a different widget. So let's come to our page. So if the search controller is empty, we need to show this. And if it is not empty, then we need to show the results from our backend. So we're going to say search.text that is empty. Okay, let's go with is not empty. So if it is not empty, we're going to display the future builder. Otherwise, you're missing something, isn't it? Okay. Let me cut this future builder from here. Okay, I replaced this body. I'm not supposed to replace it. I'm supposed to use it. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to comment it out for now. And we paste our future builder here. So let's import this back. So let's put our logic here. The text is not empty. So if it is not empty, we need to return the future builder. Otherwise, we are going to return this padding. So in here, we need the logic. Okay, so to get the logic, let's just go to our home page. In our home page, worked on a future builder before. So let's just copy this from here. Let's go back to our search. In our search, let's paste it here. And here we need else. Let's remove this horizontal shimmer. Let's have a circular progress indicator. And we need to put it in the center. So we need to wrap it around a center widget. Let's remove the const from here. And let's put a const here. And in here, we need to return a list view builder. So in our list view builder, we're going to require item builder and item count. So we have item counts. So our item count here, we need to create an instance here. So let's have a final jobs is equals to snapshot data dot data. So here we need the length of the jobs. So here's jobs.length. We need to pass a null here. So for our item builder, we need context and we need index. Since it's a list view builder. And we need to return a widget in here. So the widget that we're going to return is the widget that we just created recently, our vertical tile. Okay, so here we're supposed to be return. And we're supposed to return a vertical tile, not vertical tile, vertical tile widget. Okay, this vertical tile widget, and it requires a job. This job is supposed to be this jobs here. Okay, we need to create another instance here. And we're going to call it job is going to be jobs index. And we need to close it here. And we need to close this one here. So let's see. So here we need to add another condition because it might be waiting, it might have an error, and it might have data, but also it might retain empty if it didn't find anything. Here we need to have else if. Let's put it here. It's supposed to be else if. Okay, in our else if here we're saying snapshot dot data dot is empty. So we need to pass a null checker here. If it is empty, then we need to do something. So if it is empty, we are going to return this column here. We're going to return this padding widget. So what we need to do here, let's separate it into a reusable widget. So we're going to extract it and we're going to call it search. Okay, let's call it search widget. I hope I don't have another search widget. Most probably I do. So let's go back. Okay, let's extract it. Okay, let's call it search loading. Okay, that will do. So in here, we're going to remove this and we're going to require a text. So up on top, up here. Okay, that's below here. We're going to require a string. It has to be a final. So it has to be a final string and we have to give it a name text. And we need to edit to our parameters on top. So that's it. Here we need to add the text. So I cut the text already from that widget. So here I need to add const. So here we are going to return it, and in here, when it's empty, we are going to return the same widget but with a different text. So here we need a search loading, and the text is going to be, okay, we say job not found, and then we close it here. Let's add a const here. So that's it for this widget. Let's see whether we have any other changes that we need to make. So here we are setting state, custom field, suffix icon. Okay, and we need to add one value here, which is on edit complete. So if a user is done editing, we need to set state. So let's try and see whether it's working or not. Okay, so we've returned the job, but we need to add a little bit of space from the app bar to where the widget is starting. So here, our body, we need to wrap it in a padding. Let's give it a padding of only, or not only. Let's use symmetrical. So we need to manipulate both horizontal and vertical. So horizontal, let's give it a padding of 12. Vertical, let's give it a padding of 12 again. So here, .h, we need to get rid of the const. Here, .w. Okay, let's save. Okay, so it's returning our job. If we click on our job, then we are redirected to the page. So here, let's try to look for something else. Okay, let's say Mongodb. It's working fine. You can search using the location, you can search using the title, and then we can move on to our chat section. Bookmarks, we want to create the models to create our bookmarks, get our bookmarks, and then delete our bookmarks. So first, this one is for create. So we just need a job ID to create a bookmark. So I'm going to copy from here, and I'm going to go to QuickType. So in QuickType, I'm going to replace the JSON here, and we have to give it a name up here, and the name is going to be bookmark request response model. So make sure that your language is Dart here. Now safe is on. All properties are required. All properties are final. And then you can just copy. After copying, you need to go back to your VS Code. In VS Code, you need to go to models, lib folder, models. In requests, bookmarks, let's see. This was our bookmark initially, but we need to replace everything. So this is our bookmark now, our model to add bookmarks. You need to get rid of everything on top. So we are done with the first model. Bookmarks, what we need to create the model. So here we have a token. Let's see whether it can work. Let's go back to a logged in user and try to find the ID. So the ID is the same. So here, let's make a request, and he doesn't have any bookmarks. So what we're going to do here, we're going to add a bookmark so that we can get all the bookmarks. So here, bookmarks, token. We have to add a beer token here. Let's save the requests and try to make a post request. So we've added a bookmark to this user that we are logged in with. So now we want to try to get his bookmarks. So now we can get his bookmarks. Okay, we have the ID here. Let's see. Okay, because we have to change this here. We have to use our token to make a bookmark request. Like if we want to get all bookmarks from a user, we shouldn't put the ID here. So the ID should come straight from the token. So we should go back to our backend and make it a little bit of adjustment. And then we can try to get all the bookmarks without putting the ID. To create the models for all our bookmarks, we need to get the bookmarks first. Once we get the response, we can copy the response, go to QuickType. In QuickType, we just need to paste our response here. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to give it a name before we delete some fields that we don't require. So I'm just going to call it all bookmarks. All bookmark. So here we are going to require ID and we are going to require user ID. We're going to get rid of the time and we're going to get rid of the comma here. Down here in the job, we need to get rid of the last three. We also need to get rid of the description. We need to get rid of hiring too. Okay, we need a comma here. So ID, title, location, company, salary, period, contract, URL, agent ID. So that's all that we need. Make sure you're still on Dart and now save is on. All final properties are required and all properties are final. Then you can just copy. We are going to go ahead into our VS Code and create a new file. So in our, this is requests. We need to create a response model. In our response, we're going to create a new file and we're going to call it bookmarks model. Okay, let's just call it bookmarks. We can add all in the beginning. So like that, we need to paste our code here and we need to get rid of the 5 lines on top. So everything is okay in here. We just need to get rid of some things. Okay, here we are not sending anything. So we're going to remove the two parts here. Map string to JSON. We're going to get rid of that. Okay, let's see. Let's bring that back. Okay. We're going to get rid of that. And we need to get rid of this line too. So what we just need this from method. So that's all for our all bookmarks. And we need to return, when we add a bookmark, we're adding the job ID, but we need to return the bookmark ID so that we can use it. So we are going to, okay, let's go back to our QuickType. In our QuickType, let's get rid of this list here, and we need to get rid of everything, and we just remain with an ID. So this one is going to be bookmark request response. And we need to copy. Let's go back to VS Code. So this one is supposed to be, it's a response. It's a response. Okay, I'm going to call it book response dot. So here I'm going to paste the code, get rid of the lines that we don't need, and get rid of this and remove the to method. So I think we are done creating our models. So the next thing that we're going to do, we're going to work on our helpers on how to add the bookmarks, how to get the bookmarks, and how to delete bookmarks. And one other thing, we need to work on our backend so that we can make the adjustment when we are getting bookmarks from the backend. We shouldn't provide the user ID. So what we should do is use our token to get the bookmarks from our backend. Okay, so we need to come to our backend, to go to our backend, and in our backend, we go to our routes. In our routes, we open bookmarks. So here we are requiring a user ID so that we can get all the bookmarks, but we have a token with the user ID already. So it won't be wise for us to have a token and to still use the user ID. So what we need to do, we need to get rid of this ID from here, and we need to get to our bookmark controller. In our bookmark controller, here, we need to find a bookmark using requests user.id. Same as what we did for creating bookmarks here. So when we were adding bookmarks, we added the job and then we added the user ID, and our user ID was coming from our token. So we're just going to do the same when we're getting the bookmarks. We use the token, the user ID stored in our token to get all the bookmarks. So that's it for this part. Okay, so let's go back to our router. The routes, bookmarks. So here we need to pass the middleware. So I guess the middleware that I'm using, it might be different from the name, just the name, the convention, but everything remains the same. So it's verify and authorization. So here you just need to add a middleware so that we can get the token from the middleware. We can get the user ID from the middleware, and then we can pass it to our backend. So let's go ahead and try to test it. So here we're going to go back into our Postman and run the test. After making the change, you need to commit the changes. You need to commit the changes to your repository. So after committing, Rail will take care of everything. So we need to go ahead and test our bookmarks. So like here, after you commit Railway, will just take care of everything. It will read all the commits that you're making to your repository and redeploy your application. So after that, we need to go to Postman. If you go to Postman and you remove the ID here, if you remove the ID from your request, you need to go ahead to the headers and you need to add a token. So you need to add a bearer token here. After adding the token, if you send the request, then you get the response. So this is a better way to do it rather than sending the ID so that you can get the response. So we are done with that part. Let's move on. Other application, we need to make the requests. So what we need to go to our lib folder. In our lib folder, we need to go to services. Let's go to helpers. In our helpers, we're going to open book helpers. So our book helper is empty. So here we're going to need one of the requests from the helpers that we worked on already. So let's go ahead and try to pick the one with the token. Let's check. Okay, and let's get this one. Let's get the one from auth, and then we can make some necessary changes so that we can use it in our bookmarks. So in our bookmarks, we need to paste. So let's just add a comment here. Add bookmarks. So after that, here we need to return a list dynamic. And we need to change the name to add bookmarks. We need to import shared preference. So we require the token to add bookmarks. We need to import our config. And we need to change the URL to bookmarks URL. And this one, it's a post request. So in our post, we're going to require a model, I guess. Like we're going to require a model. Let's get rid of this line here. So here we're going to require a list. So we're going to return a list. And down here, we're going to return a list also. But this list, we're going to say false. So our first value is going to be a boolean in our list dynamic. So here it's supposed to be true. We need true and we need the ID. So when we send the request to our server, when a bookmark is created, we need to get the ID of that bookmark so that we can have some state changes here on our icon. We can manage the state. So let's continue. So if a response is 200, we need a string ID, string, and it's going to be a bookmark ID. Okay, let's close this bar. It's supposed to be response.body. Okay, so this is not what we are looking for. let's go ahead and see which model are we supposed to use. So let's go back to our models. In our models, we are going to go to response, bookmarks. So this is the method that we are supposed to use. Okay, let's close some of the files here. Let's go back to our bookmark helper. Yeah, okay, that's the one, and we need to import it. And we need to get the ID. After getting the ID, we need to put it in our list dynamic. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to have a body. So here, when we are adding our bookmark, we require a model. So our model is going to be bookmark requests response model. And here we give it a name model. So let's just open it and check whether we're doing the right thing. So we need a job, that's job ID. So that's okay. So in our request here, we're going to require a body. So our body is going to be JSON encode, and we need a model. Model, okay, to JSON like this. So we are done with our request, our post requests. So next we're going to try to add a bookmark and see how it works. Work on our controllers. So let's go to our lib folder, controllers, and we have to go to bookmark change notifier. So we have to create a function here. Let's call it add bookmark. So our add bookmark is going to require a bookmark request response model with the name model, and it's also going to require a string job ID. So in here we're calling our bookmarks helper add bookmark, and our model is there, and we need our response. So we use then. So this is our response. Let's close the bar here. Once we get our response, we need to do something. Let's close this. If response is true, so to check whether the response is true or false, we need to access the list. So it's index 0. If it is true, then we need to add. Okay, the first thing that we should do is return a snack bar. So let's go to some of the controllers and get one of the snack bars. So what did we use? Profile. No, profile. Login provider. We just get the snack bar from there, and we paste it here. We're going to require get here, so we import it. We're going to require our constants, so we're going to import them. After importing, we need to make a few changes. So here we're adding bookmarks, so we can say bookmark successfully added. Then we can send a message, please check your bookmarks. In color here, it has to be K light, and the color here, let's use K light blue. Here we have bookmark add, so everything is okay. So the next thing that we need to do, we're using our shared preference. But before that, we are going to need a list that we are going to use to keep track of our state. So here we need a list string. Okay, let's give it a name, jobs, and initially it's going to be empty. Get a function to add jobs to our shared preference so that a user can always have their bookmarks. And so here we have a future void. You want to call it add job, and it will require a string job ID. So in here we require our shared preference. So we're going to need shared preference. So instead of writing everything from scratch, let's try to put it out here. Okay, it has to be inside. So it has to be asynchronous. So we need to insert data. So after that, okay, it's supposed to be jobs here. We want to insert the job at index 0. So here we require the job ID. After we add the job to this list that we have here, now we need to send the list to our jobs, to our shared preference, I mean. So here we're going to have prefs set string lists. So here we have a job ID. So it's supposed to be a key job ID, and the value is going to be jobs, and we need to add a notify listener. So we need to run this function here, and then we can add this job ID. So like we also need to remove the job ID when you are deleting. So I guess we should work on the delete, and then we can work on the remove. And we also need to load them. So let's see how we can load them. So here we are just going to copy. Let's copy this. Let's paste it down here. Let's give it a name. Load jobs. It's not going to require anything, but it's going to be asynchronous. So in here, we're going to need to have a final. Okay. So this list here, we need getters and setters. Okay. It's supposed to be a list string. We're going to get jobs from our private lists, and we need to set the jobs. So here, set jobs, and we're going to require a list string in here. Okay, let's just call it new lists. So in our new lists, we're going to set job is equals to new lists. We close it, and we need notify listener, and we close that one. So this job is this job that we have here. So we need to get the job from our prefs, because like when we've added the job and it was added to the list. So we need to access our prefs. So here it's supposed to be get string list, and we have to provide a key. The key that we gave to our list was job ID. So we need to paste here, and we need to close it. We have to check if it is not now, then we have to assign this job to jobs. So that's how we load jobs. So we can add, after adding, we can load them. Here we got carried away. So here we're supposed to have else. Let's just have else if that's response 0. So if not true, then we need to return a snack bar. But here with a different color. Here it's supposed to be red. Colors.red. K-lights. So here we can say failed to load bookmarks. Not load, it's supposed to be add. You can say please try again, something like that. Okay, so that's that. So let's go back to our bookmarks. Let's go to our views. In our views, we need to visit the job page. In our job page, we have this padding that we have here in our action. So right 12. Okay, let's just wrap it around a gesture detector. Now let's get rid of the const. After getting rid of the const, what we need to do, we need an onTap function. OnTap function. Yeah, okay. So let's add const down here. Our lint was complaining. So in here, we need, let's see, okay, we already have jobs notifier on top, so there's no need to import it or to wrap this widget in a consumer widget. So we're going to, here we need to, nope. Okay, so this is wrong. It's not jobs notifier. So this widget has to be wrapped in a consumer widget, but the consumer widget that we are going to, the object that we're going to consume in that consumer widget, it's a bookmark notifier. So here we need a consumer. So here is supposed to be bookmark notifier. Let's return our widget. After returning our widget, let's just format our code a little bit. So here, let's change the name. Let's say bookmark notifier. Let's give it a lowercase here. After giving it a lowercase, we need to access the content of our objects. Here, we need to add bookmark. So our model requires not, okay. Our bookmark requires a model. So here, let's check the name of our model. Okay, so this is our model. We need to copy the name. Let's paste it here. Let's have model here. Is equals to, but before we do that, let's try to import it. Nope. Okay, this one. So we require a job ID. So in our jobs here, we already have our job ID here on top. So we're just going to access it and send it. So it's going to be widget.id. And we need to close it here. Same as for our model. So we need to do it both, because we need to send the job ID and we need to send the model, and they both require like a job ID. So this is it for adding a job. And since this one is wrapped in, okay, let's see. Because we need to load them so that we can change the state here. Here we just need to print. Okay. Let's just print the lists. Okay. That was the name of the lists, right? You just need to print the lists. Make a few adjustments. So here in our add jobs, our string, when we are adding jobs to our shared preference, so here we need to remove is empty, because initially we put jobs is empty. So we have to change it to it's not now. Then we can add a job. So we want to go ahead and test the process together, but we need to do one other thing. So we need to go to our views, go to jobs, job page, open our job page, because we need to reflect changes whenever we make them. So let's move on to a job here. So let's say we're on this job here. It's not on our bookmarks list yet. So what we need to do, we need to add this line of code here. Let's remove the bar from here. So if this list doesn't contain the ID, then we are going to show this icon. Else we are going to show, else if it is in the bookmarks list, we're going to show this icon here. So we change the icon to a Fontisto bookmark. It's also in Flutter Vector icons. So you just need to change the font where you're getting the icon from. So Fontisto.bookmarks. And then the other one is Fontisto bookmarks auto. So when we're adding a bookmark, for instance, if we add a bookmark here, so our bookmark is added here, and the ID of that job is added to our bookmark. So it's in our bookmarks here. So our state has changed. So that's it for adding bookmarks. So the next section we're going to work on how to remove bookmarks. Most probably we might need to make a few changes to our backend so that we can delete bookmarks with ease. Let's visit our backend. In our backend, we need to make a few adjustments so that we can delete our bookmarks without any hassles. So let's go to controllers, bookmark controllers. In our bookmark controller, we need to make a few adjustments here. So in our try catch block, we need to add two parameters. So the first one is going to be a user ID. So our user ID is coming from our request.user.id. Since we have this ID in our token. That's the first. And the next thing that we need to add, we need to add the job ID. Job ID. So our job ID, we are going to provide it in our params. So here, so request params.id. So down here, we need to make a change. Bookmarks find, like initially we were finding by ID and delete, but it's going to be difficult if you want to delete a, let's say we want to delete a bookmark from, okay, we want to delete a bookmark from here. We don't have the ID, but we have the job ID. So we cannot delete this job from our jobs page. So we want to make it possible in a way that we can delete a bookmark by a job ID. So let's go back to our VS Code, to our backend. So in our backend here, we need to find one and delete. Find one and delete, and we are going to use these parameters to find the job and delete it. So in here, we need to pass the user ID. And we also need to pass the job ID. So that's it. Those are the changes that we need to make. After you're done, you can just save the changes and commit, and they'll be automatically deployed to your backend. But before we go back to our Flutter application, let's go to our routes folder. In our routes, we have bookmark. So our bookmark, we're getting the user ID. Our bookmark, our delete router. Here we're getting the ID. This ID is going to be a job ID. And here you can either verify or use verify and authorization. You can see which one works for you the best. But that's how we are going to delete bookmarks on our front end. But first, before we create the delete request, what we need to do, we need to change the condition here since we want to delete our bookmarks from the jobs page. So here we need to add a condition. If this list, the jobs list that we have in our bookmark notifier, if it contains the job, then we don't need to add that job. If it contains the job, then here we should delete. But if it doesn't contain the job, then we proceed to add that job to our jobs list. That's the logic that we are going to use. So let's go on and create our delete requests. So let's go back to our bookmarks helper. Okay, so let's copy this request we have here, and let's paste it down below. Let's change the comment to delete bookmarks, and we are going to change the name to delete bookmarks. It has to be lowercase. So here we are going to return a boolean, and we are going to require a string job ID. So that means down here we don't require a body. So we're going to get rid of the body, and let's get rid of this. Let's have true here, and let's have false down here. So we need our token so that we can get our user ID. That part is correct. So here we need to do the same as we did for the other items that we were concatenating. So let's go ahead and see. Okay, so we have a search here. So this is how we were concatenating. So let's just copy from here, go back to our bookmarks helper. No, let's just do it rather than copying and pasting. Okay, so we need this. Okay, that's a forward slash, and we need a $sign. And we're going to require a job ID here. So this is a delete request. Okay, here let's just print deleted so that we can know if we delete, but we need to get rid of the print statement. So here we're assured that we can add. So let's just remove it from here. So when we are deleting, we also need to have a function in the provider that can remove the bookmark from our shared preference. So now let's go back to our provider. So let's go to our controllers, bookmark provider. We need to copy this add jobs function, and we need to paste it down here, and we are going to rename it to remove job. So here it requires a string, it remains the same, and this line, it remains the same. So instead of inserting here, we're going to remove, and the item that we're going to remove is this job ID that we provide, and we are going to set the lists after we've removed the job from the list. So first we remove the job from the list, and then we set the list in our shared preference, and then our state, then we make some state changes here. So that's all about it. So down here, we need to create a delete. So we just need to copy this. We paste it down. Let's say delete bookmark. So we require a job ID. We don't require a model here. And we are returning a boolean. So it's just going to be response here. And down below is going to be not response. So instead of add, we're going to remove. Successfully deleted. Here is deleted. Check with this small lowercase c. Here's supposed to be failed. Okay, so let me go up. Failed to delete. Bookmarks. Please try again. Red. So if you are deleting, okay, so here is supposed to be bookmark removed, and we use the same icon. Let's change the color here to orange. So let's go to our jobs page. In our views UI, job page, in our job page, okay, here we are printing. Okay, let's bring the terminal up. Let's have our debug console here. So we have 2 jobs in our list already. So what we need to go to this condition here. So we need our bookmark notifier, and we are going to delete a bookmark, and the ID is going to be widget.id. So that's all that we need to do in here. So let's try it out and see whether it works or not. Okay, let me just read what you said, the application. Okay. Successfully deleted, and we've removed the job from our list. So now, like, everything is working fine, all the changes. It's pretty simple to add and delete and to change the state. So the next thing that we're going to do is to work on all our bookmarks here to get all the bookmarks and show them on this page. The print statement. Let's go back to our bookmark helper. In our helper, when we deleted, we printed statement. So let's just remove it. So we are done with that part. The next part we're going to get all the bookmarks and display them. Section, we want to get all the bookmarks and display them. So what we need to create a get request. So let's just copy the request that we have here, and we paste it down. We'll make a few changes. So the first one is to change the title to get bookmarks, and we need to get rid of this string here. Same as here, we need to get rid of this, and we need to change this from delete to get. And our token is required in this part, so we are okay. But our return type is going to be different, so it's going to be a list of all bookmarks. So here, instead of returning, we need to we need to throw an exception. Okay, so here let's visit all our bookmarks. So we need this method here. Okay, so in here we need to pass our response body. And we need to return these bookmarks here. Okay, so if response is 200, we need to print something here. So let's have fetched. Okay. So we just want to print that in our console just to be sure. The next thing that we need to do, we need to go to our providers. So controllers, we go back to our bookmark provider. In our bookmark provider, we're going to require a list on top. So it's supposed to be a late future, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, so let's deal with that later. But for now, let's just get bookmarks. So we need our bookmarks helper here. Get bookmarks. And we need to store them somewhere. So on top, we need a list of type list bookmarks. So here it's supposed to be a future list. So this is our list. Okay, we made a typo. So we need to go down. Okay. So we are going to store our bookmarks once we get them in this list, and we need to access this future list in our future builder so that we can display all our bookmarks. So right now we need to work on our UI, our bookmark UI. So we need to go to our views in our lib folder, and we go to our UI folder. We go to bookmarks. We open the main page. So initially we just have an app bar. We have an app bar. So we need a body. So we're going to have a body here. So our body, we have to wrap it around a consumer widget. So we're going to consume bookmark notifier object. Let's import our provider package here. Let's close the bar. Let's give it a name. It's supposed to be bookmark. Okay, bookmark notifier. And then we have to just make the first letter lowercase. So in here, we're supposed to return a future builder. So let's go ahead and copy one of the future builders that we've worked on before. So on our home, we have this future builder. We need a future builder and the list view builder, but we are going to return a different widget. So let's just copy this from here. And let's go back to our bookmarks and let's paste it down here. So here we are consuming bookmarks. That's our future. We need to get rid of one of these. Get rid of the comma. Let's see. That's that. That's our list view. Okay, we need to close our future builder. So we need to return that one. Let's just remove this for a start, and let's have a container. So here we have a consumer, we have a scaffold. Most probably we are missing something. Okay. Okay, so we are good to go. So here, let's return a circular progress indicator first. So our error is gone. Okay, so this list, okay, our future builder here is supposed to be of list bookmarks. Okay, let's just add an S over here. Let's try to reset it. After resetting, let's try to revisit it if okay, we didn't get our bookmarks as yet. That's why we are getting the error. So right here on top, we need to bookmark notifier dot we need to get bookmarks here first. Not delete, we need to get bookmarks. So once we get bookmarks, then we can delete them, then we can show them. Okay, so let's open our terminal. Let's open our terminal. Let's open debug console. So here, fetched, that means our request has been successfully sent and it has returned a 200, a status code 200. So let's go to bookmark helper. Since we are sure that it works, we just remove it from here. We go back to our bookmarks. Okay, let's clear our console here. Okay, let's just close it and just open. Let's see whether we can have a new one. It's the same. It's okay. So everything is fine in here. So here we need to work on the tile of our bookmark. So what we are going to do, we are going to go to jobs. We have a job tile here. So we are just going to copy everything from here. And let's go to our bookmarks widget. Then we are going to just select everything, paste in here. We want to rename this tile to bookmark tile widget. Okay, so here it's going to require, it's supposed to be job. Yes, it's supposed to be a job. Let's get rid of that. It's supposed to be job. So let's try to call it in our list view here. So we said the name was bookmark tail widget. So this tail widget is going to require this bookmark. Okay. That's all bookmarks, So let's go back and change this to all bookmarks. Let's get rid of that. So we have some errors in here. So let's see whether we can access it. Okay, so in here, we're just going to add job here so that we can get rid of the error. So it's job.job. Let's see. So here, when we're navigating to the jobs page, we need the job.job also. We need the ID. So let's go ahead and try to save here. So we have one job in our bookmarks. Let's see. Okay. Most probably the ID is wrong. The ID is wrong. The ID that we're getting a bookmark ID, not a job ID. So let's close these other things first so that we can have a clean working environment. Okay, so in this widget here, the ID that we are passing, if we say job.id, it's a bookmark ID. So what we need to pass here, we need to pass a job ID. So let's try it out and see whether we have solved the error. So let's go to our bookmarks. Okay, so it's working fine. It's working fine. We have company, we have the icon, salary, we have the period. Okay, so it's occupying the whole screen. The problem is coming from our scroll direction. Our scroll direction was horizontal. It was horizontal. So if it is horizontal, it will cover the whole screen and then you have to scroll through the jobs. That's not what we like. We don't want that. So we need to make it vertical so that we can have like the jobs stacked. Section, we're going to work on our backend. So we want to make messaging APIs and then we can go ahead and implement sockets. Then after that, we can work on our front end. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to come to our routes. We need to create our routes first, and then we can work on our controllers. So in our routes folder, we need to create a new file, and we are going to call it messages.js. So this route is going to be the same as the other routes. So let's just find a route with a few endpoints. Okay. So we have this route here, bookmarks routes. We're going to paste everything here. So we don't need that. So we need posts and we need to get all messages. So here, let's say create messages. Let's just make it a capital letter. And let's get rid of this. Let's say get all messages. So in getting all messages, we're going to require a child ID. So here we're going to put ID. This remains the same. And the controller that we are going to use is going to be a message controller. So we need to have message controller here. So we haven't created the message controller, but we'll go ahead and create it. So here it's going to be all messages. Let's just say get all messages with a cap A, all messages. So let's comment it out for now. And for posts, we're going to require a verify and authorize token. And we're going to require a message controller here. Okay, it's supposed to be here. And here we are supposed to send a message, not create. So it's supposed to be send message. So let's just change the comment here from create to send. So that's about it when it comes to this. So in here, we will need to import this controller, but we haven't created it. So let's go ahead and create the message controller. So in our controllers, we create a new file. We are going to call it message controller. .js. Okay, so let's just paste this in here and let's get rid of the code. And in here, we're going to require message. We're going to require message, so we call it message here. And our model is going to be message. Let's see if we've done the right thing. Yeah, we are going to require message. Let's get rid of this jobs notifier. I'm still in Flutter. Let's get rid of the jobs model. And we also require a user model, but we'll look at that later. So let's just create our functions. So the first one is, okay, we have get all messages, right? Let's comment that out. And let's just save it here. Get all messages. So it's going to be asynchronous, and it will require a request and response. So in here, we need a try catch block since we are going to be interacting with our database. So let's leave it like that for now. Let's create send message. Okay, let's close it here first so that we won't have an error. Send messages. Async is going to require request response. The arrow function And we need a try catch block also. So for our message, we are going to require a few parameters. So here, let's have const. We are going to have content. We're going to have chat ID. And we're going to have a receiver. I don't know whether the spelling is wrong or not, but we're just going to use that. So let's go with, they're all going to come from request body. So we need to have a condition here. So if not content, yeah, that's content. Or chat ID. We're going to send, like, we're going to return an error 400. So yeah, it's going to be status. That's 400. Okay, let's leave it like that. So here, let's just console log something for the meantime. Invalid data. And so here we need a new message, right? A new message. So for our new message, we are going to require a few things. So the first thing, we need a sender. A request.user ID. And we are going to require content. So our content is going to be content, the content that we've defined on top. And we need a receiver. Okay, it's going to be this receiver here. The last thing that we need the chart. And the chart is going to come from the chat ID. So in our try catch block, okay, here we have a message. It goes to await. So message, we want to create, okay, so message dot create, and we have to pass our new message in here. So we have to populate the user, like the sender. We have to populate the sender here. And populate and we have the sender. So in the sender, we want to populate the username, the profile, and the email, those 3 fields. So we are going to put them in here. So we have a username, profile, and we have email. Let's just copy and paste it down. So we need to also populate chat. Chat here. So in our chat, we have users, so we need to populate them also. Okay. Let's see. Which user dot populate. So in here we have message. So the path, we have to provide the path of where we want to populate. So our users, our path, they're going to be in our chart users. So here we have charts dot users. Okay, so let's go to our model so that I can show you. It might be algebra for now. Models. So chart. So for our chart, we have users. So when we send a message, we need to populate these users because we are taking them as an object ID here. So let's go back to our controller. So we have users and we need to populate the same values that we populated for the sender. So here we're going to say select. Let me just copy this from here and let me paste it down here. Okay, let's continue. So we have to find the chart and then we can update the latest message. So dot find by ID and updates. So the ID is coming from request body. Dot chat ID. Latest message. So we need to send this message to this latest message in our chart. So this is our chart model, right? When we get the chart from the backend, we're displaying the chart, the user who sent the chart, and the latest message of that chart. So this latest message has to be updated each and every time a message has been sent or received. So this part, that's why we are populating it. So here we need to return something. Okay. So let's say response.json. We're going to return the message here. In our try catch block, we're going to send a status of 400, and then we pass the error to the user. So JSON, and we pass the error. So that's it for our message. When we are sending a message, the one thing that we need to do, we need to make sure that we import this user. Let's see. Yes, it has to be a user model. So make sure that the user model is it's imported in your controller. Otherwise, you run into an error. So let's try to get all messages, and then we can work on our chart. So when getting all messages, we need to have pagination, because we don't want to send all the messages at once to the user. We want to send chunks